that you all needed more time to do that? Have you had enough time?
They just told us
Right
a
now.
minute ago.
Okay,
One witness, so we'll have to do this before every witness.
okay. It is what it is, I guess.
You have to deal with microphone.
Sure.
Judge, may I step outside?
Yes. The jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Defense, call your next witness.
Tiffany Forrest, please.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. You can sit down. Yes. And then there's two microphones, but the stationary microphone is for you. Don't be nervous. And the water is also there for you if you need it. And there's cups that you can use. Ma'am, please speak into the microphone, or miss, and tell us your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Tiffany Forrest, Forrest.
Okay, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Forrest.
Good morning.
Were you subpoenaed to be here today by the defense?
Yes.
Okay. If you would just tell us a little bit about your educational background.
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, and I have a master's degree in national security affairs with a concentration in forensics as well as homeland security.
Okay, and are you certified by any organizations in Florida?
I'm certified by the Florida Certification Board as a certified behavioral health case manager supervisor.
Okay. And have you ever worked for Henderson Behavioral Health?
Yes.
And when did you work there?
From 2013 to 2017, I believe.
Okay. And can you just quickly remind us what Henderson Behavioral Health is?
It's a behavioral health organization that
I'm sorry, ma'am, could you just speak up a little bit for me, please?
It's a behavioral health organization that provides care to Broward County members who are suffering from mental health or substance use issues.
Okay. And what was your position at Henderson?
I was a youth case manager when I started, and when I ended, I was an adult case manager supervisor.
All right. And can you just tell us what are the obligations or responsibilities of a case manager at Henderson?
The main role is to link families to community resources that are deemed necessary by a clinical team.
Okay. And are you yourself providing actual therapy?
No.
Okay. So it's your job to get them in touch, the family in touch with people that can provide services, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And were you ever assigned by Henderson to manage Nikolas Cruz?
Yes.
And do you know approximately when that began?
I believe May of 2013.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to publish a photograph previously admitted into evidence as 80, just a photograph of Nikolas.
Defense 80?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I just wanted to ask you, Ms. Forrest, if you recognize that person,
Yes.
and is that sort of the way Nick looked when you were his case manager?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. As a case manager, how do you collect the information that you think you need to make the referrals?
Initially through an assessment, finding out the needs of the family based on what they divulge. In addition to that, it's meeting with the clinical team and seeing what they find necessary, what resources the family best benefit from.
Okay. And in terms of collecting the information from the family, how do you do that? Do you call them? Do you go meet with them?
So that's done through a variety of ways, whether outside of the assessment, it's through communication, it's maybe an observation, whether it's a school need, other domains that are continuously addressed throughout the assessment. Those things are revisited as the case is open.
Okay. And is there is there a certain number of times that you, if you're managing an individual or a family, is there a certain number of times you go per week or per month to their house?
Weekly at first, because obviously the goal is to link the family to enough resources that you can eventually discharge successfully. But every case is different.
Yes, ma'am, I understand. And from your perspective as a case manager, what is sort of the most important thing to you being able to successfully link families with the appropriate services?
Understanding the full scope of need. So that's if whatever the family divulges, whatever is understood from the clinical team, that's going to be able to support what the case manager does.
Okay. And when you say what the family divulges, that means, am I right that you mean whether they tell you the things that you need to know or not?
Absolutely.
Okay. You want me to approach Ms. Forrest?
You may.
Ms. Forrest, let me show you what's been marked for identification purposes as 5M, as in Mike. If you could just look through that and just tell me whether or not you recognize those records.
Yes.
Can you just tell us briefly what they are?
Well, each one?
No, just...
Well, they're progress notes, the service plan, and the assessment.
Okay, and so would these have been records that you created while you were managing Nikolas Cruz?
Yes.
Okay. And did these just look like photographs of photocopies of the originals that you made?
You're right. Those are, yeah.
Your Honor, I'd ask that we move into evidence. It's going to be a composite of records identified as 5M as in Mike.
Please state, do you have any objection?
Zero.
Okay, defense, excuse me, composite exhibit 5M will be received without objection as defense composite exhibit 81.
Thank you, ma'am. And Ms. Forrest, I'm going to ask you some questions about your time managing Nikolas for Henderson. And if at any point you need to look at any of your documents to refresh your recollection, that's fine. Just let me know, okay? Can you tell us, well, let me first ask you, you were case managing Nikolas from, I think you said May 2013?
Yes.
And then through what time, do you know?
I believe October of
October.
2013.
Okay. And so it's basically a 5-month period, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know off the top of your head the number of times that you, thank you, number of times that you visited the home?
No. Definitely it was frequent, so weekly.
Okay.
And then there was a few times where mom had canceled visits, so I couldn't tell you that off the top of my head.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Mr. Secor, I'm going to ask you to be the point person,
Yes,
to
ma'am.
ask your witness to slow down and speak up, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
It's all right. If you maybe just scoot forward.
Sure.
I think that microphone in front of you is the one to pick it up. And Miss Bailey's got to type every single word you say.
No, I got it. Can you hear best now?
That's a lot better.
Awesome. Okay,
And,
so,
and just remember, she's got to type as fast as you talk, so try maybe
Okay.
slow it down just a tiny bit.
great.
Sorry.
So the number of times that I went to the home, it was frequent, and then there was times in between that where the mom would cancel, so I can't give you a definite number, but
Okay.
It was quite a few times.
All right. And can you tell us some of the issues that you identified in the Cruz home through your observations as a case manager?
Initially, not much. Mom wasn't a big talker, and the few times she didn't, I think the initial visit, the kids were not home. It was with her, but going frequently, you could see that there was quite a bit of dysfunction. Yeah, a little chaotic at times. You mean specifically within the home?
I'm sorry.
Specifically within like the visits is what you're referring to, right?
Yeah, and the information that you were getting from, if the kids aren't home and you're speaking with whom?
With Linda.
Linda Cruz?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if she wasn't home, if the children weren't home, it was quiet. We could probably get through discussing what needs she feels like the family could benefit from. But other than that, if the boys were home, it was chaotic.
Okay. And in terms of the things that came up in your conversations with Ms. Cruz, did the idea of bullying come up in your conversations with her?
Bullying?
Bullying, yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. And what kinds of things did she tell you about that issue?
She felt that Nikolas was being bullied at school and bullied by his brother.
Okay. And his brother was?
Zachary.
Zachary. All right. And based on your conversations with her, did this seem to be something that she thought was a major problem?
Yeah, so it was significant.
Okay. Well, you were providing case management to the Cruz family when you were in the home. Did you ever see any of that yourself, the bullying?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give us a little idea of the things that you saw?
Zachary would say a lot of provoking things to Nikolas. He would call him names, curse at him. There was one instance where Linda provided Nikolas with cereal and something else that he was eating, and Zachary stepped on the countertop and stepped in his food, and then he left. And those are two instances that I do remember.
Okay. And did you see fighting between the two boys, Zach and Nick?
Physical fighting?
Yeah.
I might have, but I can't fully recall at this time.
That's okay. Did you identify anything through your conversations with Linda or Nick about the way that the bullying was affecting Nikolas? Did you identify anything like that?
I think it was just spoken about, but not necessarily identifying how it. Are you referring to how it affected him?
Yeah, in terms of whether or not it affected his socialization with other kids in the neighborhood.
She implied that, yes, that because I believe Zachary was telling the kids in the neighborhood things about Nikolas that were either untrue or making fun of him.
Okay. Was that something that Nick expressed to you as well?
I don't believe it came from him directly, but the mom.
I'm sorry?
I don't believe it came from Nikolas directly, but the mom did express that.
Okay. May I approach Ms. Forrest?
You may.
Ms. Forrest, I'm just going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. It's 5S as in Sierra and 5 V as in Victor. Just ask if you recognize those.
Yes.
And can you tell us what those are?
These are pictures of the home. I believe this was the backside of their house.
Okay.
And I think this was a living room, I believe.
And do those represent the home in the way it was when you saw it back in 2013?
Similarly,
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
So we offered evidence with March 5, S is here, 5B is the picture of evidence.
State, do you have any objection?
There.
Without objection, Defense Exhibit 5S will be received as Defense 82, and 5V for identification will be received as Defense 83.
Ms. Force, will you describe to us a little bit about the actual home, the physical home that the Cruzes lived in 2013?
the home was large. Furniture was sparse. It there wasn't much to it. There was oftentimes things that were broken, but definitely not a lot of furniture, and it was just pretty large.
Okay. I mean, it was a pretty nice home?
Yeah.
Okay. What are the types of things that you saw, thank you, ma'am, damaged inside the home when you were there?
A door. I recall seeing a door that was broken and a couch that was had like cuts in it from a pair of scissors that was reported. So
Okay. You ever see any broken appliances?
I believe a broken television at one point. Yes,
Okay. How about any holes in the walls?
there were holes, but they had something over it, like they were trying to fix it.
Okay. Ma'am, may I publish these two photos that were just now?
You may.
Thank you. I'm going to show you, Ms. Forrest, what's been entered as Defense Exhibit 83, and just ask you if that, just tell the jury what that photograph is of.
A hallway leading to the back of the house.
Leading to the back of the house? Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been entered as Defense Exhibit 82, and ask you if you can tell us what room that is.
I believe that was the additional living room that they had in the back of the home.
Okay. And in that image, can you see any of the areas that you were describing that had been patched up?
No, I do see where they attempted to patch something up, but that's not where I had seen it before.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And do you recognize that dog in that picture?
Yes.
Did they have, how many dogs did they have when you were there?
I know it was more than one, but I can't remember if it was 3 or 2.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. In your conversations with Linda and in the observations that you made yourself when you were there, can you describe to us some of Nikolas's behaviors during that time?
He had lots of outbursts. But whenever specific topics would come up,
I'm sorry, they had a lot of outbursts and
whenever specific topics would come up, specifically anything relating to the game, whatever it was, I remember it was the Xbox or PlayStation, that was frequently what caused a lot of his outbursts or running out of the house, or actually his response sometimes to even just me coming in, he would run out.
Okay. And these outbursts, were they, could he be violent?
Could he be?
I mean, in your observations, or what, in terms of what Linda told you?
No,
You never saw any actual violence?
no.
Okay. How would you describe it in terms of his interactions with Linda when he would have those episodes?
He would become angry. He would become angry at her, yell at her. He would use curse words. And that's to the extent that I remember. And then he would probably separate himself at some point.
Okay. Was the way that he treated his mother sometimes, was that something that was concerning to you in terms of your case management position?
Yes.
Okay. What about the issue of shoplifting? Did that ever come up as a concern in your case management role?
I do recall having conversations of shoplifting when Linda brought up Zachary shoplifting and believed that he would have an influence on Nikolas to do the same.
Okay. And were there times that you discovered that they both had been involved in shoplifting?
I believe there was an instance, yes.
Did the things that were going on in the home with Nikolas and Zachary, were they upsetting to Mrs. Cruz?
Yes.
And when she was upset and expressing that, how did you see Nikolas and Zachary reacting?
They thought it was funny.
Is that something that happened on more than one occasion?
Yes.
I know you mentioned seeing, I think you said a couch that looked like it had been cut up.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Was the destruction of furniture in the house something that was a consistent theme while you were managing them?
Yes, whether, most times it was reported. Linda reported it, that they broke something, but it wasn't too often seen, so I'm not certain if she was getting rid of them as they were breaking things or...
Okay. And do you ever remember any explanations from Nikolas about the things that he was destroying in the house or why he was doing that?
Again, it always pointed back to the game. He was probably upset that his mom had taken the game away.
And so when you say taking the game away, how would you do that? How would you take the game away from him?
She would lock them, obviously plug everything out and lock them in her minivan.
Minivan out in the driveway?
Mostly in the garage.
Okay, in the garage. And did you ever see any damage to the minivan itself?
A broken window.
Okay. And based on what you knew at the time, did you have any idea about how that window was broken?
No, I don't have the details of how that happened.
Okay.
You don't have the details of?
How the window broke.
Was it during that time, though, that you knew that she'd been locking some things in the car to keep them away from Nikolas?
It could have been, yeah, because she did that quite frequently, so it could have been.
And in terms of his behavior, did you obtain information while you were his case manager about his behavior at school?
Yes, met with the school a few times.
And can you give us an idea of what you knew about his behavior at school during that sort of spring to fall of 2013?
He was disturbing classes, whether that was with like throwing paper. I believe there was also an instance where he was pulling the fire alarm. He had 4 grades. And other specific instances I don't recall.
Okay. May I approach Ms. Forshaw?
You may.
Of course, I just wanted to show you a page from Defense Exhibit 81. And just ask you to look that over about a meeting at, or about school.
Okay,
Does that remind you of that
Yes.
meeting that you had?
yes.
Thank you very much. And I know you were saying some things about his behavior at school. And can you tell us the purpose of this meeting?
It was to get him assessed based on the reports from the specific teachers,
Okay.
because they all had, they were all having some issue with him. They were all able to report some issue.
All right. May I publish this document, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. And if you would, Ms. Forrest, just so that we're all on the same page, when it says CM, who's that?
Case manager,
So that would be you?
yes.
And then who's CL?
Client,
Okay. I'm just seeing if there are any other acronyms on here. If you would just read us that first paragraph, and this is, just to be clear, this is a memorialization of the meeting that you had, is that correct?
with the school staff, yes.
Yes, ma'am. And this would have been at what school?
Oh, I don't remember the names of the schools he attended.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, ma'am.
I don't remember the names of the schools he attended.
That's all right. But if you would just read us that first paragraph, please.
CM met with mother and school staff for the purpose of school meeting. Meeting started off with introductions of all team members present. Client's math teacher was the first person to discuss the client's behaviors and progress in her class. Math teacher explained that she had found the client to be very disruptive in her class and unable to stay on task. She also provided team with examples of the client's disruptive behaviors. Client currently has a grade of 0 in his math class for not completing or handing in any of the assignments.
All right. And is him having trouble with assignments, is that something that you experienced when you were managing Nick in the home?
Yeah, frequently.
Okay. And what kind of help did you think that he needed in terms of being able to complete his schoolwork?
It definitely was beyond tutoring because he just wouldn't do it. So you wouldn't be able to actually gauge if it was him not understanding it or just didn't complete the work.
Did you ever actually see his schoolwork, or?
I had a few instances where he had shown his mom what was in his book bag, and all the paper was just crushed. All the assignments were rolled up into balls. The books were torn. There was no content of schoolwork, really, in any of his books.
Okay. Thank you. If you will continue reading for us on that document where it begins language arts.
Language arts teacher finds that the client behaves like a class clown and oftentimes adds profanity to many of his writing assignments. Language arts teacher expressed that she helps the client to do his assignments, but the client oftentimes does not attempt to do any of the work on his own.
Okay. And if you'll just continue for that next 3 lines, please.
Okay. Reading teacher expressed that the client is disruptive in her class and oftentimes causes the other children to stay off task because they are paying attention to him. Teacher also expressed that the client uses very negative words in his assignments. Reading teacher provided team with work that the client has done in her class, which was poorly done or filled with profanity.
And profanity, I think you've sort of alluded to it in terms of what Nick would say to his mother, but is profanity something that you observed when you were case managing in the Cruz home?
Yes.
Okay. And who was using the profanity?
Nikolas and Zachary throughout the home.
And who were they sort of directing that language to?
Each other or their mom.
Okay. And in terms of the way that they would use curse words toward their mother, would you, from your perspective as a case manager, did that strike you as something that was actually verbally abusive to her?
Yes.
All right. If you'll continue reading for me, please. That's science teacher.
Science teacher explained that she oftentimes has to send the client out of the class because he's too disruptive. Science teacher provided many examples of the different ways that the client disrupts the class. Environmental science teacher expressed to team that he has to constantly keep the client by his side so that the client does not injure other students or himself. Environmental science teacher explained that he has told the client every class to not swing the rakes because he will end up hurting someone. Environmental science teacher expressed that he might not be able to keep the client in his class much longer if his poor behavior continues. History teacher expressed that the client does not do any assignments in her class and purposely writes all over the assignments or the assignments of other students.
And the descriptions that you're getting from these teachers, is this all news to you, or is this sort of information that you generally had before?
No, it was only understood that he was having issues at school, but this was the meeting to actually understand what those issues were.
Okay. And so is this a meeting that becomes important in terms of what you think this family needs?
Yes.
Okay. If you'll continue reading, I think you were down to where it says support facilitator, is that right?
Yes, support facilitator expressed that she has watched the client on several occasions in the hallways purposely hitting other students. She also expressed that she has asked the client not to do that, but catches him doing it the following day. Guidance counselor expressed that she too has noticed the client misbehaving in the hallways and oftentimes explains to him that if he's acting out for some specific reason, he can come and discuss it with her at any time. Mother expressed to team that she believes the client is acting out because negative attention is the only attention he gets at school. Mother also expressed to team that client is often bullied in school and that she will not tolerate it for another school year. Mother also expressed to team that she believes that the client has Asperger's syndrome. Mother explained to team that the client gets bullied by his younger brother as well. The 8th grade administrator who was present for the meeting explained that he has come up with a few ideas to help the client succeed this school year. First, he would like to try to have the functional behavioral assessment completed. This is where the teachers and parents will answer questions about the client so that the behavioral plan can be made to address the different behavioral concerns. He also expressed that he will be building a child study team to come up with best solutions. Case manager inquired about the functional behavioral assessment, when the functional behavioral assessment will start, and how it can be monitored to ensure that it is being done in a timely manner. Case manager also expressed to administrator that once the assessment is completed, another meeting should be scheduled to ensure that mother and team are aware of what is taking place.
And so that concluding paragraph about case manager inquired about when the functional behavioral assessment could begin, that's you?
Yes.
Okay. And so in terms of what the teachers and administrators at this meeting were coming up with, did you agree with the plan that they were putting together?
Yes, it sounded like something that would work for him at the time.
Okay. Thank you. And had you heard from Linda before that meeting that he had been getting in trouble in school?
Yes, but vaguely.
Okay. So the details that you documented there, those were things that you hadn't known before?
Right, so the school meeting was to determine what those issues were.
Right. And when you learned the sort of the extent of his bad behavior at school, was that surprising to you?
No.
Does that mean it was sort of consistent with what you'd seen at the home?
Yes.
While you were managing Nick, in your conversations with Linda about the services that you thought were appropriate, did the concept of her finances ever come up?
Finances were discussed often.
Okay. And can you tell us why?
Because any resource that was made available to her, she would mention that she couldn't afford it, whether it was because she had to purchase something or pay for something the following week, but finances were often discussed.
Okay. From your perspective, was was the financial issue something that became an impediment to you being successful with this family?
Absolutely.
When you were managing, well, let me just add one question before I ask you that. You began managing Nick, I think you said in May of 2013.
Yes.
Did you also subsequently wind up being a case manager for Zach as well?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know approximately when that started?
It would have probably been closer to September, maybe.
Okay.
around
Okay.
there.
During that summer of 2013, do you know whether or not Linda got the boys involved in any kind of summer camps?
No, but I do remember recommending a few to her.
Okay. And do you remember her telling you why she did not get them involved in summer camps?
Because she couldn't afford it.
Okay. Did she tell you the types of things that she was doing with them that summer instead of things like camp or extracurricular activities?
No, but it was suggested in conversation that she could do things like the parks or the beach, something that was free, that she could take them to.
Okay. And do you know if she ever did something like take them to the beach?
She didn't.
She did not?
No.
And do you remember why she told you she did not take them to the beach?
No.
Okay. And in terms of, or let me ask you this, were part of your recommendations that she have Nikolas assessed by a medical doctor or psychiatrist?
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah. During the course of case managing, any of the recommendations or referrals that you made, were they to Linda to get Nick assessed or evaluated
Yes.
or something? Okay. And was she resistant to getting him evaluated for some things?
She came across as wanting to actually get the recommendation done, whether it was an assessment or any resource really, but then when you followed up, she didn't. So in your initial conversations, yes, it appears as if she was willing to follow through with it, but she never actually did.
Okay. And what was your understanding of the reasons why she didn't follow through, or did she ever tell you?
So she didn't feel comfortable transporting the boys at one point because they were disruptive to her as she was driving. And additionally, a lot of the services that they would needed required co-pays that she was unwilling to pay.
Okay. What about any sports activities? Did you ever recommend that?
I might have.
Okay. And do you have any idea whether or not she ever followed through?
I'm almost sure she didn't.
Okay. Well, you were managing Nick. Was hygiene an issue that you addressed?
Yes.
And can you tell us why that was?
Linda had mentioned that he wasn't taking showers, he wasn't brushing his teeth, he wasn't taking care of any of his own personal hygiene needs. So we had sat down one day and had a discussion regarding that, and he actually got up and jumped in the pool and said, "See, I showered." So that was to the extent of our discussions.
Okay. And did you attempt to create some sort of plan for him for his hygiene?
Yes, we did sit down and discuss, showering, how many times a day he was comfortable with, a few times.
Did you make anything with him to help him remind him to do those things?
Yeah, we wrote it.
Okay.
It was something that we were writing so that he could see it.
Okay. And do you remember the things that would have been on that list?
Brushing his teeth, washing his face. It really was the basic things to get ready for school. So.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about some of the referrals that you made. And did you ever make referrals specifically sort of because Linda brought up a particular issue?
Mostly,
Okay.
yeah, it's family choice.
Okay. And then did you also make recommendations sort of based on your own knowledge and experience about things that you thought might be helpful?
Sure, and with input from the clinical, whoever is working with him from a clinical team.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't understand you.
What part of it?
Could you repeat your answer?
So whoever is working with him on the clinical team would also make recommendations. So those referrals would be made based off of those recommendations as well.
Okay.
Ma'am, you have to slow down. I don't think you realize you talk pretty fast. And it's hard to follow.
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh, that's helpful.
Oh,
So I have for me to continue on?
Sure.
Thank you. So, and I'm glad you brought that up because I feel like I may have made the mistake of making it seem like you're on your own, but you're actually really a part of a team, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And who else is part of that team?
At the time, he had a therapist from Camelot who we communicated with frequently. She did home visits as well to do therapy sessions. I'm not sure how many times of the week she went, but she did also meet with him.
Okay. And do you remember that therapist's name?
Amanda.
Amanda Brown?
Yes.
Okay. And you said she worked for?
Camelot.
Okay. And is the reason that they got that service because you recommended that or you referred them to Camelot?
Yes.
Okay. So it sounds like that's a referral that Linda actually took you up on. Is that fair?
That is fair to say.
Okay. What about, or let me ask you this, did the idea of having Nick assessed or evaluated for Asperger's syndrome ever come up?
A few times.
Okay. And how did that, did you bring that up? Did Linda bring it up?
Linda brought it up.
All right. And what did you do in response to her concern about that?
Referred her to card services at Nova.
At Nova?
Yes.
Okay. And what's Nova?
Nova Southeastern University.
Okay. Did you know that that university had some sort of program specific to that?
Yes.
Okay. And regarding having Nick assessed for Asperger's, is that a recommendation that Linda followed through that you made?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us what the Family Strengthening Program is?
The Family Strengthening Program is I believe, the multidisciplinary team that has a therapist and a behavioral tech who would work with the family.
Okay. And they're part of what organization?
If I recall, that was Henderson.
Okay. And is that a referral that you made for the Cruz family?
Yes.
And do you have any idea whether the Family Strengthening Program, if a family is referred to that program, do they stay there until they resolve the issues, or is it a limited number of sessions, or do you know?
I don't recall the parameters that that program operates on.
That's all right. What about medications? Do you know if Nikolas was on medications when you were his case manager?
He was at one point, but I also recall having a discussion with his mom where she took him off of the medication.
Okay. And do you remember her explanation for why she took him off his medication?
She thought he didn't need it.
She thought he didn't need it?
Right.
Okay. And based on the conversation, do you know whether or not she actually consulted with his doctor about taking him off the medication?
No, she didn't. It was through our conversations, I encouraged her to reach out to the doctor before deciding to take him off of the medication.
Okay. And can you tell us what Faith Farm is?
Faith Farm provides furniture. Well, at that time, they were providing furniture to individuals who couldn't afford it elsewhere.
All right. And was there ever a referral that you made to Linda about Faith Farm?
Yes, there was.
And why would you refer her to Faith Farm?
To replace furniture that might have broken in the home,
Okay,
or to get furniture because there wasn't much furniture in the house.
okay. And when you say furniture in the house that may have been broken, you mean that was destroyed by Nick and Zach?
Yes.
Can you tell us what a parent support partner is?
That would be someone that the mom could reach out to if she felt like she was overwhelmed and needed somebody to speak to regarding anything, more of a friend, a support within the community for her, because she really lacked a lot of natural supports.
Okay. And when you say natural supports, what do you mean by that?
Friends, family,
Okay.
anybody outside of the professional team.
Okay. And so, based on your observations, she lacked those kinds of supports?
Yes.
From your perspective as a case manager for Henderson, how important are those natural supports to a person or a family?
They're very important because those natural supports are who keeps the family together when the professional supports are out of their life. So the case management's not coming as often. They need another support system.
Okay. And the parent support partner, the people that serve in that role, are they actual employees of Henderson or are they volunteers?
I believe that referral is made to an outside organization, not Henderson. No, I don't recall which that was at this time, but that was another referral source, not Henderson.
Okay. And so did you recommend to Linda Cruz that she get a parent support partner?
Yes.
Did you recommend that to her more than once?
Yes.
And did she ever take you up on that?
I don't believe so, no.
At some point, your records that you generated during that time, there's the issue maybe having Nick assessed for autism. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And do you remember how that came about, or was that based on a specific concern that you or Linda had?
Linda had a specific concern.
And how frequently in your conversations would that come up that because it was concerned he may have autism?
It came up a few times.
Okay. And did you encourage her to have him evaluated for autism?
Yes.
And do you have any idea whether or not she ever followed through on that recommendation?
She did not. At least at the time that I had the case, she didn't.
Okay. Part of that meeting at the school that you had, I think, if I recall correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, but you saw or were told about some of the drawings that Nick had been making at school. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Violent drawings and sexually explicit drawings. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you ever recommend to her meaning Linda, did you ever recommend to Linda that she take steps to have him evaluated regarding that specific issue of those drawings?
Yes.
And do you have any idea whether or not she ever followed through on that recommendation by you?
She did not.
What about after-school activities? I know we talked about in the summer, but did you recommend to her after-school activities?
I believe we did have a conversation about that, but I don't recall it specifically being for Nicholas. I think it was with Zachary.
Okay. And do you have any idea whether or not she ever followed through on that being a good idea?
No, she didn't.
And what was the reason, at least from your perspective, about why she didn't follow through on that?
I don't believe she gave a specific reason for the after-school activities because she didn't place much emphasis on that. So I don't really have an answer for that.
Okay. You mentioned when you were talking or telling us about the financial issue that the copay for insurance was a problem for her. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Did you ever discuss with her about creating a budget for herself?
Yes, we did talk about creating a budget several times, in addition to figuring out how best we could serve her. She never really divulged the full picture of their finances. So even if we were to seek assistance for her, we wouldn't be able to because there wasn't enough information.
Okay. And in trying to create a budget, was part of that aimed towards so that she could afford these co-pays?
Correct. Co-pays and any of the activities that were recommended.
Okay. Going back just briefly to the concept of natural supports that you mentioned, did Linda ever express to you that she wanted to go visit family that she had?
Yes, I believe she did.
And is that something that you tried to help her organize?
Yes, we did have a discussion about plane tickets at one point. I believe it was in New York, if I remember, that she had some natural supports there.
Okay. And do you know whether or not she ever followed through on going to visit them?
And not when I was in the home.
Right, just while you were there, of course, is all you know. And what about, did you make any recommendations to Linda about ways that she could increase the level of communication that she had with her family up in New York?
Yes, we talked about it a few times, reaching out, I think via social media, or we had a small discussion about that. Also using maybe her phone for FaceTime or anything in that respect.
Okay.
Pretty sure it probably was a FaceTime, whatever it was she had at that time.
Right, whatever it was back
Yeah.
then. And was she hesitant about getting some technology to communicate with her family up north?
Yes.
Okay. And why was she concerned about getting that technology?
She thought the boys would destroy it.
Judge, I probably only have maybe 15 or 20 minutes more, but if you want to take a break, I just don't know if anybody needs a break.
No, I think we should be good. We've only been going about an hour.
Okay. All right.
The juries usually tell the bailiff if they need a break, right?
All right. I'm sorry, I lose track of time. I'm up here. All right. A couple other things, Ms. Forrest, I just wanted to ask you about regarding a couple of specific visits that you had at the Cruz family house. I may approach Ms. Forrest.
You may.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Forrest, I'm just going to show you one document that was in the various documents that were admitted into evidence, and just, can you explain to us what that is?
It's a mental health outcome. It's a state reporting document.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't hear you.
It's a mental health outcome. It's a state reporting document.
Thank you.
And is this a document that was generated by Henderson?
Yes, this would be a part of our documentation.
And would this be a document that was filled in by a single person or various different people?
So it depends. If an individual, one person completes this document, but it's because it's not how do I explain this? Whoever opens the case first would do the initial. It's something that's updated every 3 months. So whoever is also on the case on that third month would update it or complete it, discharge whatever is necessary at that time.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Carol, may I publish this one page?
You may.
And I'm just going to look at the sort of the top section, and I'll move it ahead. So you said this has to be updated every 3 months, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
And there's a bunch of information there at the top just regarding the time frame, and there's your name there. And I just wanted to ask you about a few different things that are on this form. And where it says on the left-hand column there, it says, at risk of emotional disturbance. And then it says, yes. And can you tell us who's filling out this document or this form, how would they populate the information under those questions?
It's a option, so it's either a drop-down or like a multiple choice setup in the system. I don't quite recall which one it is, but you have options.
Okay. And this is obviously, because his name is up there at the upper left-hand side, this is all information that pertains to Nikolas Cruz, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And do you know specifically which member of the Henderson team would have populated these different prompts on this form?
I completed this form at the time. What would populate is the diagnosis, if it's there. Yeah, the diagnosis would have populated.
Okay. That would have populated by somebody else from the team?
Correct, the clinical team member.
Okay. And so when it comes to, on the left-hand column again there, a couple of lines down from where it said at risk of emotional disturbance, it says developmentally disabled question mark, and then I guess you chose unknown from the drop-down menu, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And when you are filling out these forms and you're, based on your experience and knowledge, if you're forced to choose unknown, it might sound like kind of a stupid question, but what's that mean when you choose unknown?
So to accurately answer that question, there would have to be some evaluation completed to validate that answer. And at that time, there was, at least I was told that no evaluation was completed.
Okay.
So that's why unknown was chosen.
Okay. And so in order for you to have chosen something other than unknown, there would have been more information you would need to have been privy to?
Yes.
All right. Now, towards the bottom there, there's some references to school attendance, and in the last 30 days at least, and it mentions that it had been suspended. And that, as far as you knew, is that pertaining to some of the behaviors that you talked about earlier?
Yes, likely.
And what about there towards the bottom on the left-hand side where it says social connectedness? And before you tell us how you populated that, what does that mean, the concept of social connectedness?
Engaged in other activities, whether those are those after-school activities or anything that's extracurricular that they're doing in the school.
Okay. And maybe I'm wrong, but because it's on this form, is that something you consider to be an important part of a child's life?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you put in there no attendance in the past month, is that right?
Yes.
I think this would have been the summer. Yeah. Evaluation date there at the top says 8/27, so we're talking about the summer of 2013. So based on your conversations with Linda and your visits to the house, what did Nikolas do for that summer of 2013?
Not much. Specifically, I don't remember what his activities were. I know they weren't anything structured. He might have just been home with his mom.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Did Linda ever express to you that she felt that your case management and the things that you were referring to her, at least the ones that she followed through on, that she ever expressed to you that she thought they were helping with Nikolas and with the family?
She expressed that the services she was receiving from Henderson were a good support for her.
Okay.
She did express that a few times, that our presence in the home was helpful.
Okay. And did you feel like during the time that you were there, those 5 months from May to October 2013, well, let me ask you this. Were you doing the best that you possibly could for this family?
Absolutely.
And were you making every referral that you thought could possibly be helpful?
Yes.
During that 5-month period of time, from your perspective, were things in the home improving or deteriorating?
They were not improving. They were getting worse. I would definitely have to say that the lack of engagement with the resources that she was given, you can tell that they needed more.
Okay. Did Linda ever express to you that Nick's behaviors were affecting her health?
Yes, she did.
Is that something that is alarming to you, or was it?
No,
Why not?
because you could see the frustration that she had, or whenever they would, when they were in the home and just, I guess, they're bickering back and forth or arguing with her, you could tell it did stress her to some degree.
Okay. I can't remember if I asked this or not before. I meant to. Was Nikolas ever verbally abusive to you when you were visiting the home?
He had been. Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember the context in which that occurred?
Not quite, no.
Did he curse at you?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And despite Linda telling you that she felt like these services were a good help and support to her, did a time come when you felt like she didn't want any more help?
I felt like she wanted the help, but just didn't really engage in that or show that maybe she was overwhelmed or what have you, but I feel like she wanted it.
In your time going to the house, what did you spend the vast majority of your time doing when you were in the home?
Well, discussions with Linda. However, it was disruptive when you're trying to get through understanding what the current needs are, and the boys are either arguing or, she's back and forth with them. So, spending time in the home wasn't, a lot of the time was just kind of waiting for those moments of chaos to kind of dispel themselves,
Or was Linda, at least from your perspective, was she desperate for somebody to talk to?
Yes.
Did she ever call you at your office?
Yes, she did.
And tell us what those conversations were like.
They were mostly about her just venting. She was venting a lot, and obviously in those conversations we're redirecting and asking her if she'd follow up on certain resources to assist her with that problem that she was venting on. But it was just a lot of venting, which is why I think many times the parent support partner was discussed.
Okay. Did you ever have a conversation with your supervisor at Henderson about your phone calls with Linda?
Yes, I asked.
Objections would be hearsay.
No, she's going to say what she said, not what the supervisor said.
If what she says is an adequate statement, it's still hearsay.
Sustained.
Were the conversations that you had with Linda, did you spend the time encouraging her to talk?
Objection leading,
Okay, ask open-ended questions, please.
Did you have to repeatedly make the same recommendations to Linda?
Yes,
Did you feel like, despite talking to Linda a lot,
objection leading,
Okay, this is direct examination. Please ask open-ended questions.
did you believe that you got the full picture of what was going on in the family from Linda?
objection leading,
Sustained.
Did you feel like there was anything missing from the information that you were getting from Linda?
yes,
Did you feel as though she was withholding information from you?
objection leading,
That's not,
Sustained,
can you
sustained.
please have a side? Did you ever learn anything about Nicholas's biological mother?
no,
Did Linda ever mention her at all?
once, but it wasn't in the initial phase of the case.
Okay. And from the perspective of case management, is that information that could potentially be important to you?
Yes,
And how could it be important in terms of the things that you would recommend?
objections, speculation,
It's her job.
Okay. Remember what we went over yesterday, please. The objection is overruled. You can answer.
can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah. How is it that from the perspective of case management for you, and the referrals that you're trying to make, how is it important to know something about a person's biological family?
Because it helps to paint the picture of what's going on, especially in cases like that where the home that you're in is not, it's not the original family. It helps you to give the clinical team some insight too into what services they're providing.
Okay. And so if you get information about a person's biological family, what do you do with that information as a case manager?
Well, it depends on what that information is.
Okay. So if an adoptive parent were to tell you, my adopted son's biological mother was a drug addict or an alcoholic, what do you do with it?
Sustained,
Is that information potentially relevant to you?
Objection.
sustained.
During the time that you were providing services to the Cruz family, did you ever learn that Linda was ever fearful in her own home?
Yes,
And did you learn that from her?
from her.
And do you know what it was that she was afraid of?
Mostly her personal belongings becoming missing. Because I do recall her walking around with her purse all the time because she thought that the boys would take things from her.
Okay. Were there any issues that you identified when you were providing services or case management to the Cruz family regarding food in the home?
Yes.
And what were those?
She rationed the food, the specific amounts for this meal, and or this meal had to wait for another time. But I've never, at least I didn't observe them being able to just go in the fridge and take what they wanted.
Okay. Did Linda ever say anything about feeling physically threatened by Nick in the home?
I don't recall.
Okay. Just want to ask you a little bit about your impressions of Nick during that period of time. How did you feel about his maturity at that point?
He was definitely immature for his age.
I'm sorry, what did you say, please?
He was definitely immature for his age.
Okay.
And I think when you started with the family, he was 13 or 14, does that sound right?
I believe he was 13.
He was born in 1998. So maybe, yeah. Maybe
14.
14.
Yeah.
To you, did he act like a 14-year-old?
No,
How did he act?
more like an 8-year-old.
And in terms of his, I don't know how to describe it, but his episodes or his explosive behavior in the home, what was your impression of what was motivating that?
Oftentimes losing his gaming privileges.
Oftentimes,
Losing his gaming privileges.
And were these episodes or things that he would do in terms of destruction of furniture in the house or his verbal abuse of Linda, did you believe that these were things that were thought out by him?
It wouldn't appear so, no.
Okay. Did you ever have conversations with Nikolas about these outrageous behaviors that he was exhibiting?
I might have, yes, we did have a conversation.
And do you remember him
trying to explain to you what was going on with him when they happened?
He tried to explain himself, but it didn't make sense, to me at least. It didn't make sense.
I mean, he was speaking in words that you understood, I assume.
Not all the time. He was just babbling.
Okay.
It wasn't, sometimes you really didn't understand what he was saying.
From your perspective, did you get the impression that he understood why he was doing these things?
Sustained.
Based on your experience, did these appear to be volitional things that he was doing?
No.
When it comes to some of these outrageous behaviors, did he, while you were there, ever try to deny that he had done them?
Yes, a few times.
And do you remember what those pertain to?
It might have, actually there was an instance with there was something thrown in the pool, and Linda was saying that he had done it, and he said, no, that wasn't him. And he was pretty adamant about it not being him, but
Okay.
it was.
Were there other times when he did things that he did admit that he did?
No.
No. How did you think that he felt about the therapy that he was getting?
He did express at one point that it was helpful.
One last thing about the relationship between Zach and Nick. I think you said earlier that you felt as though Zach was trying to provoke him sometimes. Did you say that?
Yes.
Okay. Based on your observations when you were there, did Nick seem to understand what Zach was doing to him?
No. Oftentimes, no.
And why do you say no?
Because he would say some pretty mean things to him, and he would laugh like he didn't quite understand that they were not good things.
Okay.
Yeah.
And could you tell that Zach was trying to be mean to him?
Yes.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask open-ended questions, please.
How did you wrap up or end your term serving as the case manager for the Cruz family? Why did it end?
Well, this case was staffed with my supervisor, and at that point we decided that it would be best if they were stepped up to a higher level of care.
And was that a decision made just by you or with a group?
With the clinical team as well. So Amanda would have been a part of that, as well as my supervisor at the time.
All right. And what would a higher level of care look like from Henderson?
So for case management, it'd be to step him up to another department that could provide more frequency. Also probably address additional needs that they had a broader scope of parameter to work within.
And tell us what wraparound services are.
Those services, are you referring to the department and how they operated, or wraparound services itself?
Yeah, because I'm just trying to understand what they are, because I think you said wraparound services is what you thought
They're
they
more
needed.
intensive, right? So the team at the time, which is what he was stepped up to, was able to provide more resources, more support, obviously with the family engaged in those things, but they would have more flexibility to provide additional services.
Okay. And do you remember who the case manager was that took over from you?
Yes.
And who was that?
Martha.
Martha Luthen?
Luthen, yes.
Okay. And is there a process of transitioning where you make sure that she has everything that you have?
Absolutely. There's a warm handoff. We discuss it, follow up on any services that needed to be completed or resources that needed to be refreshed or reached out to. So we would staff the case together before she met with the family.
And would you have expressed any concerns about the family that you had to Miss Luthen?
Yes, at that time.
And do you remember what those would have been regarding the Cruz family?
Following up on any of the resources that the school might have needed to complete, any tasks that the mom didn't complete at the time. So it'd really just be discussing whatever was hanging, whatever was left open.
Okay. During this period of time, summer, I guess spring to early fall of 2013, when you're spending this time with the Cruz family, did you feel as though Linda Cruz was doing all that she could for her family?
No.
Now, may I have just a moment, please?
You may.
Just a couple things, Ms. Forrest, I forgot to ask you. You mentioned the program at Nova Southeastern University, right?
Yes.
And is that the CARD program?
Yes, that's card services.
I'm sorry?
Card services.
And can you describe to us if somebody follows through on that recommendation from you, what types of things do they get at that program?
So if he was assessed for Asperger's as Linda had wanted him to, and it was deemed that he did fall on the spectrum somewhere, they would provide them with additional resources to address that specific diagnosis.
Okay. And are you aware during this period of time whether or not Camelot offered any financial assistance with their services?
As in direct financial services to assist with things in the home, or as there was a time where they did assist them with obtaining some items for the family.
For the Cruz family?
Yes, for the Cruz family.
Do you know what those were?
Amanda had, I believe she secured them a gift card for, a gift card to go to a specific restaurant. I don't recall which restaurant that was.
Okay. And I think the other thing you said you were asking me is whether they have financial services for the actual services that they, Camelot, provide. So do they have those?
I'm not certain.
Okay. And do you remember, for purposes of that meeting that you had at school, which that Westglades was the school where you met with those teachers, do you know whether or not the school reached out to you or whether you reached out to them?
I had reached out to the school to determine if they were completing the assessments that they said they would a few times.
Okay. And do you know, I think you said that when you were doing case management for the family, that Linda never took you up on the parent support partner, is that right?
Correct.
Do you have any idea whether or not she ever did afterwards?
No.
Okay.
That's her.
Just another moment now.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Forrest. Appreciate it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10 to 15-minute recess. Please do not discuss the case, and please leave your notepads behind. You can let the bailiffs know when you all are ready as usual. Thank you. Okay, we're in recess. I said 10 to 15 minutes because oftentimes, because there's 22 jurors and 2 bathrooms, it takes them longer than 10 minutes, but I would ask the lawyers to be as close to 10 minutes as possible. Ms. Forrest, you are welcome to take a recess, walk around, get a drink of water, stretch your legs, whatever you need to do, or you can feel free to stay sitting there, whichever is your preference. If you do leave, just please do not discuss your testimony with anyone, okay?
Sure.
All right, thank you. We're in recess. Thank you for coming back and being on time. If you need, there's cups if you want to pour your water into one of the cups. It's right behind the,
Oh, great, that's helpful, thank you.
and our water is cold and bottled also. If you want to use the water in the jug or your own, whatever,
Okay.
you can use the cups to,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Jurors are entering.
Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. The witness is on the stand. Ma'am, you are still under oath, and state whenever you're ready. You may begin your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Ms. Forrest, how are you today?
Good, thank you.
Good. I want to, first I'd like to establish time in terms of your involvement with the Cruz family. So May 2013 through October 2013, correct?
Yes, yes,
Okay, and so the records that Mr. Secor went over were about Nikolas Cruz, correct?
yes,
And were you also the case manager of Zachary Cruz?
yes,
Okay, so at the same time, you're also case managing Zachary Cruz, correct?
Not for the entire time. It was
A
closer.
different time?
Right, so it was, the case started out with Nicholas, and then closer to the end of our, of him being on my caseload is when I acquired Zachary.
Okay, and Zachary was being provided services as well?
Correct.
Okay, therapy services as well?
Yes, I do recall therapy services.
He was being provided therapy services as well, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and I know you mentioned this, but I just want to make sure everyone understands. So you're not a therapist,
no,
right?
I'm not a therapist
Okay, you are a case manager.
at
right?
that time, yes.
At the time, yeah.
Yes,
Okay, so a case manager is not a therapist, correct?
correct,
And a therapist is not a case manager.
correct.
Okay, so you are giving additional help to the family, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so it's not just the therapist, it's you, and there's other services going on as well for Nikolas Cruz at the same time, correct?
he was in therapy.
Okay, well, you're right, he was in therapy, but he was also getting services at school as well, correct?
I don't recall the school services beyond the assessments that were taking place to accommodate his needs.
Okay, so as you're sitting here, and I realize this is 9 years ago for you, so I'm not picking, okay? Just asking, all right? So you weren't aware of his ESE services, correct? At the school? Or maybe I'm refreshing your recollection now?
That sounds familiar.
Okay, and he was receiving counseling services at the school?
Yes, he had an opportunity to meet with his counselor there.
Okay, and you noted in your first visit with him that he was taking some medication, correct?
If it was documented, then yes.
Okay, so I don't know if you remember, but do you remember that he was also seeing a psychiatrist?
I do recall him seeing a psychiatrist, yes.
Okay, so during this time period that you're his case manager, his mother has arranged that he has a psychiatrist, correct? He's taking medication.
So if I'm recalling that, the medication didn't come from an actual psychiatrist. I believe she was getting the medication through his primary care.
Okay, that's your best memory.
Yeah,
Okay, you don't know about Dr. Nagin starting in 2012 through 2017 with the defendant,
no,
correct? All right, and you didn't know about the psychiatrists that were before Dr. Nagin, like Dr. Karp, for about 3 years before that. You
No.
didn't know about Dr. Karp, correct?
that's correct.
And you didn't know about Dr. Musel, I believe is the name, that he started with at 3 years of age with a psychiatrist? You didn't know about?
No, that was not information
man.
provided to me.
Okay. And you didn't know about his private psychiatrist, psychologist, Dr. Kravitz, you don't remember that name, that he had a psychologist as well?
No, the name
Okay.
doesn't sound familiar, no.
Okay, so you don't know about these other services that his mother might be getting for Nikolas Cruz that you just don't know about, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, each time you went there, you would do a progress note, correct?
To document the visit, yes.
Yeah, okay, and so that helps you recall what occurred 9 years ago, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and let me just show you one of them. It's 472 of 736. It's a service date of June 19th, 2013. The Commissioner, just give me a thumbs up if you're getting it. You're not getting it, okay?
I don't see you there.
Okay, I will
I
figure
think
this out eventually.
Ian's trying to, there we go.
Is it on there? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay. So this is just starting from the top of it. Nikolas Cruz, admit date 1/15/2013. The discharge, that's a potential discharge date, right? Because he hasn't been discharged as of the time of the writing, correct?
So these documents were collected after the cases might have been closed, right? So the system would populate that date, not necessarily during the time that I had him.
Okay. But above the discharge date, it says episode 2, correct?
Yes,
So what does that mean, episode 2?
that the episode that we were working in, he previously received some service that opened an initial episode, which would have been episode 1.
Okay, did you know about episode 1?
Yes, because that's what generated the referral. I believe it was a Yes Team visit.
I'm sorry?
It was a Yes Team visit, the Youth Emergency Services team, which is what then generated the referral to case management.
Okay, that's your belief that episode 2 was because of a Yes team?
It might, that might have been the second episode.
You're not aware that episode 1 was from October 6th, 2009 to March 9th of 2010? You're unaware of that, correct?
That it would be documented as episode 1 in our system? No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. Where Cara Dad Lancho was the therapist for the defendant from October 6th, 2009 to December 3rd, 2009. You're not aware of that, are you?
No.
Okay. So you were just assuming, really, that episode 2 began with a Yes Team visit, correct?
No, that's how it was opened, because that would have had to be what generated the referral.
Okay. But you were assuming that Yes Team visit was episode 1 as opposed to another incident altogether?
Right, correct.
Okay. And that would be an easy mistake to make because there was a lot of Yes Team visits to this house, wasn't there?
Yes,
For the defendant, correct?
correct.
Okay. And the Yes Team is that emergency team that would come to the house when something it's in crisis for that moment, that the mother makes a call, somebody is out of control, she wants help right away from Henderson, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that happened a few times with the defendant where he was throwing things like that, and she called for services from Henderson, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So on June 19th, which is this document that's up in front of you, 2013, I think you mentioned an incident about a discussion about a broken car window, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and so this is an episode where Mom expressed to you how upset she was that the defendant broke the front door by slamming it, broke her car window, and she showed you the places in the home that he destroyed during a period of rage, correct?
correct.
Okay. So this is an example of destruction of property, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to take you to July 3rd, your visit on July 3rd. And in this visit, you find out from the mother, but you meet with both of them, that the defendant ripped all of her drapes out of the wall as well as broke glass doors, correct?
Yes.
So it's another episode of vandalism in the house committed by the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the next one I want to bring to your attention now is August 21st of 2013. It's page 488 for the record of 736. Your Honor, I may not have said this. This is the defense exhibit that they introduced. It's under Defense Exhibit 81.
You said 81?
81. These are all part of Defense Exhibit 81. I'm sorry for the record. I should have said that at the
Okay.
beginning. So August 21st, 2013, correct? Is this your note?
Yes.
Okay. And this is another episode, but Mother says that the defendant displayed good behavior for most of the week, except for one incident in which he became angry. Is that correct?
If it's documented, yes.
I'm sorry.
If it's documented there, then yes, it would have been correct.
I'm sorry. Could you speak a little louder?
If it's documented here, then yes, it would be correct.
Okay. I think if we look on about the second and third line, Mother expressed to case manager that the client has displayed good behavior for most of the week, except for one incident in which he became angry while playing a game and ripped all of the window verticals down. Correct?
Correct.
I guess he didn't rip them all down the first time, and he got the rest of them this time?
That might have been what occurred.
Okay. She expressed to you that she was tired of having to fix things that he breaks out of anger, correct?
Correct.
And she bought a new blanket, and then 2 days later, he cuts it into pieces, correct?
Correct.
And he said the reason he did it was he was bored, right? Correct?
Correct.
He's just bored, so I'm just going to destroy things, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, another example of vandalism in his home, correct?
Sure.
Nevertheless, the therapist expressed she has seen progress in the therapy sessions. Doesn't sound like, it must be inconsistent progress then, correct?
So the therapist expressed that clinically, that wouldn't be something that I could attest to. Whether it was inconsistent or not, that would have to come from a clinical standpoint.
Okay, well, I mean, from what you're reading in your notes, the therapist said that there's been some progress, but if he's tearing down the rest of the window verticals and cutting up a blanket because he's bored, that doesn't sound like much progress, does it?
So that could have been, again, clinically, she could have been referring to something else, but you are correct if you're going based off of what you can see here in this note.
Okay. At the same time, Zachary Cruz is cursing at the brother and mother, correct?
Correct.
And at least that's what she's telling you, of course, correct?
Correct.
And were you part of the time when she actually she had him taken to this Lippman shelter, or was that after you were there?
Can you give me a second to read through this?
Sure.
Okay, the question?
So eventually the mother had him stay in this Littman shelter for a period of time, I believe a few weeks.
Zachary.
Zachary. Were you aware of that, or did that come after you were
I
away
believe
from the
that
family?
came after.
Okay. Now, Mr. Secor showed you this document here. It's the one I have a hard time seeing it. Do you remember the number?
I believe it's 489.
Okay, it's in the writing, so I can't see it, so I'll take that. Whatever it says of 736, I'll take what Mr. Secor says, and it says 489, but my eyes aren't that good. At any rate, this was shown to you earlier by Mr. Secor, do you remember?
Yes.
Okay, so one thing he didn't ask you about was this mental health diagnosis of the defendant, disruptive behavior disorder, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It doesn't say autism, does it?
No.
Okay. In fact, Miss Cruz liked to tell a story that he has autism, correct? Or liked to say that he had autism.
That she suspected he had
Yeah.
autism.
I mean, she was dealing with a son, this son, who was diagnosed with ADHD by a psychiatrist. Did you know that?
No, she didn't share that.
Prior to your getting involved, you didn't know? You weren't told that he was diagnosed with ADHD?
No. She didn't share a lot of information as it pertains to the services that he received prior.
And were you aware the psychiatrist had said he's not autistic?
No.
Not aware of that? Okay. So when you're making referrals, and I'm sure you did everything in perfectly good faith and based on your knowledge, but you may not have all the knowledge, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if you don't know about what the past psychiatrist has said and psychologists, you can only give the best advice you can give with the information you have, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you understand maybe now, in the context of what we know the defendant did in 2018 when he went to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, so that I'm not unclear, that you are just one piece in the middle of when he was a teenager, correct? You understand that?
I understand.
Okay, and it's only a piece about 5 months big, correct?
Correct.
And you only have as much information, or you only had as much information as you had, right?
As I was given, yes.
Right, and so what you don't know, you don't know. Fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. So, the mother, let me show you August 28th, 2013, page 490 of 736. Can you read that? Okay. So, as was brought out by Mr. Secor, this was a big learning experience for you going to the school, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So, one thing that you did, very important, is you linked services, didn't you?
Correct.
Okay. And a good case manager like you were, I'm sure, you wanted to make sure he was getting therapy, correct?
Correct.
And so Camelot Services came in, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to get back to this August 28th. So are you aware that he had 27 home visits from Camelot from June 26th of 13 to January 15th of 14. You aware of that?
No, not the total number of visits.
Okay. So that wouldn't surprise you, though? That there were that many visits?
No.
Okay. And you had about 20 visits, I think?
Sure, I'm not certain the number, but
Okay. All right. Plus or minus around 20?
yes.
Okay. The mother, Linda Cruz, did you think she favored Nikolas over Zachary?
I'm not certain.
You're not sure?
I'm sorry,
Yeah, I'm not certain.
Okay. You know now that he went to psychiatrists, psychologists, he was in ESE, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know he went to neurologists as well, Dr. Dajani?
I do recall us discussing a neurology appointment at some point.
Okay. So she took him to a neurologist as well to try and figure out why he's so violent, correct?
I'm not certain if it was to find out why he was so violent, but I do know that he went to a neurologist at some point, or he was linked to neurology at some point.
He was what? I'm sorry.
Either linked to a neurologist at some point, or she took him. I
Okay.
don't remember in the context in which why she did that.
Okay. And she wanted to, in the light most favorable to her son, do you think sometimes parents will give a version of events that they want to believe more than maybe it's completely true?
Can you reframe that question?
Okay. That wasn't a good question, so I'm happy to do that. Do you think parents sometimes make their kids sound better than they really are, or make excuses?
Sure.
Okay. So, for example, saying he had autism is an explanation to people as to why he behaves the way he does, correct?
From his mother?
Yes.
Might have been. I'm not sure what. Maybe his behaviors is what led her to think he did have autism, but
Well,
she had her own reasoning.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Well, saying your child is autistic is better than saying he's just a really bad kid, isn't it?
Sure.
Okay. And saying that he's bullied at school is an excuse that explains why he might act the way he does. Correct?
I'm not certain how to answer that question because that would be her, that would be something that she would come up with if that was her reasoning.
Okay. I understand that. So in this August 28th meeting, what you learn is that he's very disruptive in class. The math teacher explained that he's very disruptive in her class, correct?
Yes.
And she gave examples of his disruptive behaviors, and he's not completing or handing in any of the assignments, correct?
Correct.
The language arts teacher, do you remember that to be Carry On, Miss Carry On?
I don't remember the names of the specific
Okay.
teachers.
And did you know that she was scared to be in the same room with him?
I didn't know that.
Okay. And the reading teacher expressed that he was disruptive in class and oftentimes caused the other children to stay off task because they were paying attention to him, correct?
Correct.
And he uses very negative words in his assignments, correct?
Correct.
Did you see some of the work that he did? Did you see some of the words he used?
Yes.
Like he used the N-word, correct?
Yes, and other curse words.
And what?
And other curse words.
Like, and also would draw swastikas, correct?
I didn't see that.
Okay, did you see the pictures he would draw of people shooting and killing others?
No.
Okay. And was it brought to your attention that he would act out in class, like point his middle finger at other students? Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And threaten to fight other students, correct?
I don't recall a conversation where they specifically said he threatened to fight other students or,
You don't recall that?
yeah, no.
Okay. Were you aware that he would, in class, tell the teacher to go F themselves? Were you aware of that type of
Yes,
behavior?
yes.
Okay. With all that behavior, wouldn't you agree that, and other students are seeing that behavior as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree that that's antisocial behavior?
Object to questioning diagnosis.
I'm not asking a diagnosis.
I'm sorry, hold on a second. You're using that term as a description of
The
behavior?
description, maladaptive behavior, antisocial behavior.
Okay, the objections overruled.
Sure.
Okay, it's certainly not pro-social behavior, is it?
Correct.
Okay, and other children seeing that would certainly be bullied by someone who's acting like that in class with such a degree of behavior, correct?
I don't know if the term is, can you ask that question a different way, please?
I'll move on. Miss Cruz was told about that behavior, but she would dismiss it, correct? And say, despite that behavior, he's the one who's being bullied.
Well, I don't think she said despite that. She did refer to him being bullied several times, and she did acknowledge that he was disruptive.
He was what?
Disruptive.
Okay. So in this meeting, you're finding out all these negative things that he's doing in the school, but the school's is still trying, aren't they?
Yes.
Okay. They haven't given up on trying to create a behavioral plan to get him to change his behavior, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this is middle school, right?
I believe so at the time, yes, it was middle
Yeah.
school.
I don't know, I don't think you remembered, but do you remember now West Glades Middle School that you went to?
Yes.
Okay, so there's hope still that he might grow out of it, correct?
Yes.
And he's still a young teenager, and they're still trying to do behavioral plans with him, correct?
Correct.
And trying to create incentive systems. They're still trying, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's a good thing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're trying, right?
Yes.
And the therapist is trying, correct?
Correct.
And the psychologist is trying, correct?
I would imagine so if
And,
he had one.
and the psychiatrist is probably trying too, right? Yes?
Yes, if he had one at that time.
Okay. And perhaps the mother was doing more than you knew of, correct?
She could have been, that she didn't divulge.
Okay. You kept mentioning, or you kept being asked about Asperger's syndrome, correct, by the defense?
Yes.
Do you know now that he does not have Asperger's syndrome? Do you know that?
No, because I'm not certain if it was discussed that he was not diagnosed with it or ever assessed for it.
Okay. And maybe this is in a lot of things that happened since 2013, but Do you know that he does not have Asperger's syndrome?
I don't know that he doesn't have Asperger's
Okay.
syndrome.
All right. And so going to the next one, September 6th. At this point, you were told that now he's been suspended from school from breaking a window, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on September 10th, I think you said you weren't, maybe you didn't remember it, but in your notes, do you see there that I'll direct your attention like to the fourth line down, about how he draws guns and sexually explicit things on his assignments?
Yes.
Okay. So now do you recall that he was drawing things like that?
Yes, but I believe the mom had reported that. I didn't see it.
Okay, that's fine. And you make a note here about the school therapist recommending that the mother gets him evaluated for autism, but you're not aware that he's already been to psychiatrists and they have determined he's not autistic.
Correct.
Okay. I want to show you now from October 1st of 2013, and so he would have just turned 15 years old, correct?
I don't know his birthday, so.
Okay, so I'll help you with the math. So September 24th, 98 to 2013, so that would be 15, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And his brother was born in the year 2000, so he's 13, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall that? Okay. So now you have, so his mother says that Nick Cruz is mimicking Zach Cruz by stealing and cursing, correct?
Correct.
And, well, the defendant had done plenty of cursing before now. So does that sound like he was mimicking his brother?
I think that was also the issue prior.
I'm sorry?
She expressed that being the issue ongoing, that he was always kind of mimicking his brother.
Okay. So it's reported that the defendant steals bicycles from the school, correct?
Yes.
And he's been suspended from the bus for 2 weeks, correct?
Correct.
And here's where you say you wanted him to be evaluated by a neurologist, and as far as you know, she didn't take him to a neurologist, correct?
I'm reading the note, I'm sorry.
Okay, take your time, I'm sorry.
Okay, the question?
About the neurologist, you had recommended a neurologist, you didn't know if she actually went, correct?
Right.
Okay. And I mentioned Dr. Dajani was a neurologist that she took the defendant. You didn't know about that, correct?
No.
So you really can't comment if she did that or not, followed up on that service, correct?
She wouldn't, I can comment on it at that time because it was discussed several times as to whether or not it was something that she would have Nicholas participate in.
Okay. Were you aware that the neurologist didn't find anything abnormal?
No.
Okay. And on October 8th, this is another episode of the defendant stealing. correct?
Yes,
Okay, so this is, you saw a lot of property destruction behavior before, correct?
yes,
And now we have stealing behavior, correct?
yes,
And you said in direct that he lied, correct?
yes,
Okay. You also said that his mother would cry in front of him and he would show no empathy, correct?
that his mother would cry in front of him.
Didn't you say that? Did I mishear you?
If that occurred today, I don't recall saying that she
You didn't
cried.
say that she cried in front of him at sessions?
No.
I may have misheard you then. Excuse me. Now, I want to show you from October 15, 2013. And I'm going to direct your attention, and I'm happy to have you read the whole thing if you like. I want to direct your attention about Mr. Lindsay. You call him the vice principal. I guess they also call him an assistant principal. Do you know who that is, or you just got the name and this incident in your report?
At that time, it must have been somebody that I would have met at the school or perhaps some contact with.
Okay. So, okay, if you look at the fourth line, Mr. Lindsay explained that the bullying issue has been clarified and that the negative behaviors that the client, the defendant, has been displaying are behaviors he is doing on his own without being prompted by any other student. Mr. Lindsay attempted to explain to Mother the issues that are going on with the client in the school. Mother expressed the different issues that she believes is occurring. Isn't it true that your note is saying that his actions are intentional, according to Mr. Lindsay?
Yes,
And earlier you said that his volitional behavior, that he wasn't responsible for his volitional behavior?
we were discussing the ones that he was doing in the home. You could tell that there was no thought going into what he was doing, but here this is reported by another individual.
I'm sorry, can you...
So this, Mr. Lindsay, is reporting his own observation. Prior was asked of mine, so.
Okay. Actually, you're not reporting what you see, you're reporting what Mom tells you, correct?
In addition to what I would have observed in the home.
Well, I know you observed the home and you were there, but he didn't, except for cursing at you, and he told you to, excuse me, get the F out,
At
something
one
like
point,
that?
yes.
Okay. And he didn't use the letter F, did he?
No, he said the full word.
Okay. Other than that, he didn't destroy furniture in front of you, did he?
Not to my recollection.
No, he didn't punch the walls in front of you, did he?
No, to my recollection.
I'm sorry,
Not to my recollection.
Okay. So when you say he didn't have volitional or intentional behavior at home, that's based on what you're being told by the mother, essentially, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Lindsay, he's at the school, correct?
Correct.
And we know Linda Cruz can kind of tell a story in the light most favorable to her own son, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And so in October, you turn over case management. I don't mean you do it personally, but Henderson turns it over to Martha Luthen, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and services don't stop for him, correct? Or do you know that?
I would have followed up in the beginning to ensure that they were still connected, but thereafter, if he's not a part of my caseload, no.
Okay, so after the rest of 2013, he has services. Did you know that? The rest of that year?
Not certain, no.
Okay, and like I said, you're just in a window of April to October 2013. You're not aware that services continued throughout 2014, are you?
No.
Okay, and you're not aware, and I'm not saying anything bad, I don't, because you're in your own window, but you're not familiar with what happened in 2015, are you?
No.
Okay, and you're not aware of what happened in 2016, correct?
Correct.
You're not aware of what happened in 2017, correct?
Correct.
And really, the next time you become aware of something is February 14th, 2018, when the murders occurred, correct?
Correct.
Give me just 1 second, please. Do you know how many people were at that meeting on August 28th at the school?
No.
No. Do you have any idea how many different therapists, psychologists, psychiatrists, ESE specialists have seen the defendant and tried to help him throughout his life?
No.
Mr. Secor asked you issues about the money issues of Mrs. Cruz, correct?
Yes.
You certainly weren't walking in her shoes, were you?
In terms of what? Her financial situation?
Well, it's more than her financial situation. She had 2 very challenging children, didn't she?
Yes.
And she had 2 children in therapy, correct?
Yes.
And for many years that you don't even know of, correct?
Correct.
And she did not work outside the home, correct, that you knew of?
Not that I know of.
And I believe she was born in 1949, so in 2013, that makes her about 64 years old, correct?
Sure.
You're going to trust me on that?
If you already did the math, then I'm not certain.
Okay. So 1949 is almost 1950.
Yeah.
Okay, so 50 to get you to 2000, and then add 13
Yeah.
and plus 1 on the front end.
Oh, you lost me.
Trust me, I think it's about 64. So, at any rate, she's 64 years old or so. She has a 15-year-old and a 13-year-old, correct?
Correct.
That are very challenging to her, to say the least, correct?
Correct.
That she's scared of at times, correct?
Correct.
That she can't leave alone, particularly, can she?
That's true.
And you said that she had to walk around with her purse, correct?
Yes.
Did she have to sleep with her purse also so they wouldn't steal from her in the middle of the night?
I believe she mentioned that at one point, yes.
Okay. you can't imagine really living that life, can you?
No,
Okay. And were you aware that she had income coming in from Social Security because the father died
yes,
when Nicholas was about 5?
yes, she did mention that.
Regarding that, you weren't aware that Nicholas was getting psychiatric services even before his father died, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And were you aware that before his father died, he was in a Miss Hendler's preschool class and was physically aggressive even then?
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. And you're not aware, since you weren't aware of all these doctors, you're not aware of all the co-pays that these kids were generating as an expense, are you?
Correct.
And you're not aware of all the things that were destroyed in the house because of these kids that she would have to replace at some point, correct?
Was I aware of?
Were you aware of the costs of replacing all the things that the defendant and his brother destroyed in the house?
No.
And when you said she took him off medication, you don't know what her conversation with Dr. Nagan was about taking him off a particular medication, Resveratrol, I believe it's called. You're not aware of that conversation, are you?
No, because she said she did that on her own.
Okay. And that the doctor gave him another medication to replace that?
That wasn't disclosed to me.
I'm sorry?
That wasn't information disclosed to me.
Okay. And were you aware that from December 17th, 2014 to August 2015, she had 47 visits with a parent advocate from Henderson, Stephen Simcoff?
What were the dates?
December 17th, 2014 to August 2015.
No.
She had 47 appointments, visits with a parent advocate.
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay, and that's what you were recommending that she do, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you're probably happy to hear that she at least did that, right?
Sure.
Okay. You were talking about having, that she didn't have family support. What good, and I don't, please don't take this in the wrong way. I'm really asking this question in earnest. What good is having family in New York when you have these kids in Parkland, Florida? I mean, how much support can a family in New York give her day to day?
Well, at that time, she needed different areas of support, not just them being close by, whether that was something to help her with her financial situation. I don't believe you necessarily have to be within proximity to assist or provide support with certain needs. Also, because she alluded to not having anyone to speak to, so.
All right. Okay. So they could give some limited support on the phone at least.
Sure.
Okay. That's not going to much help driving them to psychiatric appointments, psychologist appointments, fixing the furniture in the house that they destroy, though, is it?
I don't know if that's fair to say because we don't know what could come out of them connecting or reconnecting with natural supports. So I'm not certain.
And so you were asked a question about, does Linda want help? Or I believe that was a question Mr. Secor asked you?
Yes.
Okay, now knowing that she continued to get therapy for the defendant 2013, 14, 15, taken to psychiatrists, don't you think that she did get help or did ask for help?
Yeah, I do believe when I answered that, I said she was seeking some assistance. She did want help for them. It's just that at that time, her willingness to engage was not,
When, Linda, you talked about like the game videos and things like that.
yeah,
So Linda Cruz was dealing with her son, the defendant, who would get destructively angry concerning not playing the games, having the games taken away from him, correct?
correct.
He would break the windows of the car to get the games back, right?
Yes.
Are you surprised at all that she sometimes had to negotiate to try and keep some peace in that house by giving it to him? Do you think sometimes that it would be just a human response to just say, okay, here it is?
Yes.
Because otherwise she's faced with
Yes, that's
being
fair.
terrorized by him, correct?
Yes.
So when you say Linda Cruz really didn't do everything that she could do, not saying she's a perfect person, she was a human person, wasn't she?
Yes.
She had to negotiate under pretty severe circumstances as an older person with two, frankly, awful children. Correct?
That's fair.
And she went to a lot more doctors than you knew about, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you very much, I appreciate it, and no offense by anything I asked,
Okay.
please.
Mr. Secor, anything else?
Just a minute, just a couple questions, please.
Can I have permission to post the evidence?
Sure.
Ms. Forrest, I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I proceed?
You may.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions for you. Regarding the autism evaluation, was that something that came up during the course of the time, the 5 months that you were providing case management to the Cruz family,
The actual evaluation taking place,
or just having it done?
that wasn't completed during my time with them.
The actual evaluation wasn't?
No.
But did the topic of having it done come up while you were providing case management?
Yes.
Okay. And at least while you were there, how did Ms. Linda Cruz respond to that?
She didn't act on any of the resources that were provided.
Okay. And Mr. Marcus was saying to you that Linda eventually took Nikolas to Dr. Nagin to have that autism evaluation, and he told you that Dr. Nagin told Linda Cruz that Nick did not have autism, right?
Judge, I'm going to object. It's a mischaracterization. I mentioned many psychiatrists.
Okay. Rephrase your question.
Okay. Did you know that when that evaluation occurred, that the doctor said,
Objection to vagueness as to that evaluation.
Okay, be more specific, please.
the evaluation for autism by Dr. Nagin, that Dr. Nagin said, I do feel Nick has symptoms consistent in the PVD spectrum, which is pervasive developmental disorder, right?
Yes.
Mr. Marcus also talked to you about Linda taking Nick to see Dr. Dejani, the neurologist, right?
That she spoke to me about taking him?
After your time, that she did take him to a neurologist? Because that was something that you were recommending, right?
Right, yeah.
But you didn't know that she actually took him.
Correct.
And Mr. Marcus said that Dr. Dejani found that there was nothing wrong with him. But did you know that there were three evaluations that Dr. Dejani wanted Linda Cruz to have done with Nick, but she wouldn't do?
No, I didn't know that.
And you knew Amanda Brown, is that right?
From Camelot?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And she did what through Camelot?
I believe she was from the family preservation program that they have there.
Okay. And was she providing therapy services to Nick?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know about how long her services with Nick continued?
I know she was still on the case up until I stepped him up to another department.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of her requesting that she'd be able to extend her treatment to the Cruz family?
We object to being outside the scope of the process.
Sustained.
Can you move the sidebar, please?
Okay?
Ms. Forrest, the services being provided by Amanda Brown through Camelot Community Care, is that what it's called?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not the services that Amanda Brown was providing to Nikolas therapeutically, whether it was capped at a certain number of sessions?
It might have been, I'm not certain.
Okay, that's fine. And were you aware of, as a consequence of the meeting that you had with the teachers and Linda at Westglades, or at least partially as a consequence of that, were you aware that Nick was eventually transferred to Cross Creek?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And was that something that you were in agreement with, and him being transferred across the creek?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you think that that's a more appropriate place for him than West Glades?
Because they could best, I guess, handle his behavioral issues.
Okay. And after all the time that you spent with Nick and with Linda and with Zach over the course of that spring, summer, and early fall of 2013, your ultimate conclusion, your ultimate decision as a case manager was to do what?
Step him up to another higher level of care.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a lunch break. It is 1 o'clock. I'm going to ask you to please be back at 2:30. Please do not discuss the case, and please leave your notepads behind. Thank you. All right, the jurors have been excused. The jurors are coming back at 2:30. I'd like the lawyers back at 2 o'clock promptly so that the state has time to get their file for the next witness. Thank you. Defense? Yes, Your Honor. Okay, thank you. We're going to bring them in.
Jurors are entering. All jurors are present.
Okay, everyone else may be seated. The jurors are present. Defense, call your next witness.
Detective Jeffrey Smith.
Hello. Just remain standing to be
Good
sworn.
afternoon, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated. And when you're seated, please speak into the microphone and state your full name, spell your last name for the record. Thank you.
Jeffrey Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Are you currently retired?
I am.
And where did you work prior to retiring?
Broward Sheriff's Office, assigned to the Parkland District.
And how long did you work with the Broward Sheriff's Office?
20 years.
What was your position November 12, 2011?
I was on road patrol at that time.
Is that the same position you held on September 26, 2012?
Yes.
And on November 27, 2012?
Yes.
And May 7, 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall ever going out to the Cruz home?
I do.
And the times that you did go out to the Cruz home, did you write any written reports?
No written reports.
I'd like to show you States 482. Let me know when you do see it. It should come on the
Okay,
screen.
there it is.
Can you see that okay? Okay.
Mhm.
And what is this, Detective?
This is what we call a CAD report, what the dispatcher would put into your computer. A series of events, a series of people getting called to a scene and what times that they arrive and that type of thing. The header would be what the call is about.
Okay. And what is the date shown on this CAD report?
The date is 11/12/2011.
And is that you, Jeffrey Smith, where it says primary?
That's me.
Okay. And what is this call about?
This, let's see, this is a complainant, meaning Mrs. Cruz versus her 11-year-old son. It says physical. Complainant's son has a signal 0 that's armed with a bat. Complainant advised her son is banging on the wall with the bat, and he's hitting furniture, and also hit her. Complainant advised her son attends a therapist.
Okay. And who was this call about?
I'm sorry?
Who was this call about? Which son?
I don't think I can recall.
Okay. And showing you page 2 of this. What did this call come in as? The incident type.
You'll have to bring it down a little bit further.
Okay. This way? Or this way?
No, that's good. Incident, okay, I'm sorry. It was a domestic disturbance,
Okay.
and then it was changed from that upon investigation, no written report, and I believe it was stated domestic disturbance.
I'm now showing you another CAD from States 482. Can you see that, Detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And what date is this CAD from?
11/27/2012.
And what is this call about?
It's a complainant versus 14-year-old son. Still LL means landline, I believe, with the complainant. It states the subject hit complainant with a plastic hose from a vacuum cleaner.
Okay, and further, I'm sorry.
Well, rescue was refused, and the subject is GOA, meaning gone on arrival.
And there gives a description of the subject, correct?
Yes, right. You want me to read that?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. And further down, it continues with the call that came in?
There was a dispute over not being allowed to use the computer. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, Detective.
Okay.
And who was this call about? Which son?
Well, red hair, I think that might have been Zachary.
Okay. Are you sure?
No? Could have been. I don't remember the color of their hair back then.
No problem. And looking at page 2 of this, what did this call come in as? The incident type.
Domestic disturbance.
Okay. And it was later changed?
It's what we call an information report.
What does that mean?
It means that your investigation revealed that it didn't rise to the level of a domestic abuse, or it was less than what it was dispatched as. So what we do is we just change it to an information, meaning we responded, we handled our business, and we departed.
Showing you another CAD from States 482. You can see that, Detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what date was this CAD for?
This was September 26, 2012.
And what was this call about?
Complainant's 12-year-old son is throwing everything around, cursing at the complainant.
And who was this call about?
Her 12-year-old son.
And what did this call come in as? The incident type?
Where is it?
Towards the middle to the end. I'll direct you there.
Oh, here it is. Okay, domestic disturbance. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It wasn't where it normally is. Domestic disturbance, yes.
And that was also changed?
It changed to what we call a Bravo, which means no written report. And it stated domestic disturbance. It wasn't reclassified,
Okay.
as far as I can see.
And when things are reclassified, who does that?
The responding deputy, the one who's handling the call.
Okay, so they call in to dispatch and let them know of the change?
Yep.
Okay, showing you one last CAD in State 482. And what's the date on this CAD, Detective?
This is May 7th, 2014.
And what was this call about?
Complainant with Henderson Behavioral Health. Complainant calling for the mother cursing at the mom. whatever that means. I don't know what that means. Advised he's been known to break windows and destroy property at the residence, but not today. No weapons. Complainant is 1051 means en route.
And I think there was a second sentence that maybe you skipped over.
I may have skipped it.
The one right underneath Henderson Behavioral Health Detective. Can you see it?
Henderson Behavioral Health, complainant calling for the mother? No. At the 1020, references 15-year-old male Zachary Cruz refusing to go to school. Sorry, I did miss that.
That's okay. So
Cursing at mom, yep.
So we know who this call was about.
This was about Zachary, yeah.
And all the times that you have gone out to the Cruz home, did you speak with Linda Cruz?
Every time, yep.
And did you speak with Nikolas Cruz ever?
I had to have. I don't have any independent recollection of actually singling him out. I do know I spoke with Zachary one time in the driveway. And I assume that I have spoken with Nikolas along the way, but I don't have any independent recollection of it.
Okay. About how many times total do you think you've been called out to the Cruz home?
I'd say 4 to 5.
And were all the call-outs similar in nature?
Pretty much the exact same thing, yeah.
How were they similar?
Mrs. Cruz would always call because the one or both of her sons were acting out, were throwing things, maybe punching walls, cursing, just being belligerent.
And based on your investigations, when you were on scene, when you were doing your investigation of the call-outs, what did you learn about Nikolas and Zachary, if anything?
I remember, I can't remember specifically, but something, I believe she told me, Mrs. Cruz told me that they were, had been diagnosed with some form of maybe ADHD or mental disorder or something, and they were medicated. That was something that kind of sticks in my mind, but I can't, I can't specifically state that that's what she said.
Okay. And when you would meet with Linda Cruz, did you attempt to provide resources to her?
Always, support, certainly, a shoulder to cry on, if nothing more, but more times than not, I would, we have a number of resources that we alert people to, but in her case, it was always Henderson Mental Health, get them involved, and so they can do some mitigation type thing and find out where we can do a better job with the raising of these boys.
And based on your observations and your dealings with Mrs. Cruz, did she seem overwhelmed raising the boys?
A single mother always struck me as overwhelmed and ill-prepared to handle everyday stress of these two boys, no question.
Did you question if she loved her sons?
No, she loved her sons, yeah, very much so.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
That's all I have for now, Detective. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, State, do you have any questions? Okay.
Maybe on Mr. Sachs.
Detective Smith, how you doing?
Mr. Sachs, good, how are you?
I'm good. So, let's look at these, because take my word for it, Nikolas Cruz was born September 24th, 1998, right?
Okay.
Okay. So we can figure out, based on the CAD reports, who you're talking about, so we can be kind of sure, okay?
If you promise to do the math, yes.
I'm not promising that, and neither is Mr. Marks. But let me show you the one from November the 12th, 2011, okay? And I wrote on mine, let me just find the other one, okay? All right. Can you see that okay?
Yes, sir.
Detective Smith, so, okay. So the date, and we're gonna do the math together, okay? And if I mess up, it's your fault.
I'm just
So-
gonna, okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, so November the 12th, 2011, and the person you were coming out to visit was 11-year-old son, right?
Mm-hmm, correct?
So how old was, so Nikolas Cruz would be 13, right?
Yes.
And Zachary was born in 2000, so who was this about?
Okay, this is Nicholas. This is
Really?
Zachary.
Right, exactly. Want to do it
I
again?
told you I'm gonna have to trust you on the math.
Listen, listen, you're sitting on a stand, you're nervous, and I'm giving you figures.
Yeah.
So I understand. So it's November of 2011, and the subject is 11, so that's 11 years, so,
Gotcha.
right? So that would be Zachary, right?
Zach, gotcha.
Okay, all right. And there was no reason for you to make an arrest, correct?
No, there never has been.
Okay, okay. And the next one, let's see. This one was November, the next one, I have it in chronological order. So this would be September 26, 2012. So let me get a clean copy here. So here's the one for September 26, 2012. Okay. All right, and this was for, right, a 12-year-old, right?
Correct.
So we now know that Zachary was born in 2000, right?
Right.
This 2012, so
Right.
this would be Zachary,
This is
right?
Zach, right?
Okay, all right. And again, you didn't make an arrest on that one, right?
No.
Okay, the next one is November 27th, 2012. Okay. And that would be, right, you're looking for someone who's 14 years old.
Right,
In
right.
this state's 11/27/12, so that would be Nikolas Cruz,
That would be,
correct?
that would be Nick, yeah.
Okay, okay. And again, no arrest in this case?
No.
Right? Okay, and the last one was for May the 7th, 2014. Messing up Ms. Bashman's notes here, but here it is. Okay. So this is May the 7th, 2014, and you're looking for a 15-year-old, right?
Correct.
It says Zachary on there, right?
Right,
Okay, and no arrest was made, correct?
correct.
All right, so you had indicated to Ms. Bashman that you had been out to the house 4 or 5 or 6 times, correct? And it's a long time ago, but every time that you met with either Nikolas Cruz or Zachary Cruz, and you spoke to them, they paid attention and listened to you, didn't they?
They did. They were respectful and were, yeah, paid attention, right?
Okay. They didn't curse at you?
No.
Didn't hit you?
Nope.
Didn't kick you?
That's why they didn't go to jail.
Okay. And you felt that Linda Cruz was overwhelmed. And
Yes,
I
sir.
think, and you felt, and tell me if I'm wrong, that just like any other single mother with 2 sons that age, correct?
Oh, for sure, yes.
Okay, all right. And if you don't know, it's fine. Did you know that, Camelot Care was out providing services to Nikolas Cruz from June 2013 to January 2014?
I was not aware.
Okay. And were you aware that, and you mentioned Henderson, you've had, dealings
Yes.
over your long career with Henderson Behavioral Health. Did you know that from October 2009 to January 2010, Henderson was providing services to Nikolas Cruz?
No, I was not.
Okay. And did you know, or were you aware that from April 2013 to September 2015, Henderson Behavioral Health was providing services to Nikolas Cruz?
Back then, I had no idea that they were that involved. No.
Okay, and that's fine, and there's probably no reason for you to know. You went out there and
Right.
gave her advice as you should, and
Right.
did what you're supposed to do. No one's casting any kind of aspersion, especially someone with 20 years of great service, I might say, Detective Smith. And were you aware that from September 2016 to January 2017 that Henderson was providing services to Nikolas Cruz? Okay.
Not aware.
Okay. Thank you, Detective Smith. It's good to see you, and I don't have any further questions. You just grab my notes and not mess up Ms. Bashman's notes.
Ms. Basham, do you have anything else for this witness?
No, Ms. Bashman, may I'm just trying to leave her notes in the proper way that I found them.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Detective, if someone is convicted of domestic violence, can they purchase a gun?
I don't believe they can, no.
You stated that a single mother with 2 boys, it would be overwhelming. That's the gist I got of your testimony, is that correct? Is that what you said?
Well, what I'm saying is she was overwhelmed with being a single mother with 2 boys that had some type of difficulties.
So it wasn't just...
Any mother would probably be overwhelmed if the kids were acting appropriately. She was certainly overwhelmed with those children.
So it wasn't just boys that age, it was difficult boys at that age?
Yes, right.
Okay. I have nothing else. Thank you so much, Detective.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You're excused. Defense, call your next witness.
It would be a Zoom witness. I need a moment to try.
Okay, so,
Just to get them on.
Judge, do we have time?
sure. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I understand you have a fresh pot of coffee brewing. Seems like a perfect time to go get a cup. So we're gonna take a 10-minute recess while we set this up. Gabe, this better not be for you.
No. Am I under oath, Judge?
All right, we're gonna take a 10-minute recess. Please do not discuss the case, and please leave your notepads behind and enjoy your coffees. Because I really need a cup. Cafecito for your fire. You may. Yes. Charlene. please?
Your Honor, we don't have court on Tuesday, or do you set in court then for that?
If you file any motions that are outstanding, yes, I'm gonna have, Tuesday. And I also, Nicole, my assistant is out, she had knee surgery, so I'm gonna ask, you all have my direct email. If you just send it to myself, and if you can CC Mike Oback with this, court administration, one of us will catch it. In other words, if you file something over the weekend, please.
No problem, Judge. Judge, may I approach the podium to
You may.
Thank you.
So the world has to stop.
Judge, what's Michael's name? You said last name?
Oback, O-B-A-C-K.
Perfect, thank you.
We'll be more specific. We'll do it Tuesday afternoon. That way, because I forgot today is a Friday and there's no court on Monday, so in order for me to get staff together, I will need the morning to do that, facilitate that. So we'll do it Tuesday at 1:30 if there are any motions that need to be filed. Tuesday afternoon, is that what I said? Tuesday afternoon. Yes. This is so strong. No, it's waking me up, for sure. Mm-hmm. Thank you. So her first name, the way this driver's license works, the first name is Liliana, and the last name is Pardo Posse?
Posey.
Posey.
Yes, Judge.
Judge, can you spell it, please, and
Mm-hmm.
Ian, are we ready to test? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll do a test.
Good afternoon, Miss Pardo Posse. Am I saying your name correctly?
Yes, you are.
Okay, can you hear me? This is Judge Scher.
Yes, I can.
Also, I need to know whether or not you're able to see the defendant, Nikolas Cruz. Miss Basherman, would you walk towards him so she knows where he is?
Yes, I do. I see him.
And Mr. Cruz, are you able to see Miss Pardo Posse?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you can hear her?
Yeah.
And, ma'am, you can hear me, correct?
Yes, I do.
Can I test? Ms. Pardo Posey, can you hear me as well?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, state, in case there's an objection.
Can you, go ahead.
Can you hear us, Miss, do you prefer Parkland Posey or Posey? How should we address you? Can't hear me, I guess. Can you hear me?
Ma'am, can you hear me? This is Judge Scher.
How about now?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, so the lawyers are gonna talk to you. We need to know if you can hear them.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you tell me how we should address you? Is it Parkland Posse or Miss Posse? How do you like to be addressed?
I couldn't hear that.
Ma'am, how do you pronounce your last name? How should we address you? Ms.
Pardo Posse.
Pardo Posse. Okay, let's bring him in. Okay, the jurors are present. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Miss Liliana Pardo Posey.
Ma'am, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. Please state your full name for the record,
Liliana Pardo Posse.
and please spell your last name.
It's hyphenated. It's P as in Peter, A, R as in Robert, D as in David, O, dash, P, O, S, S, E.
Okay, and for the record, I have identified the witness by her California driver's license. Ms. Basherman, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Miss Pardo Posey.
Hello.
Are you currently retired?
Yes, I am. I'm a retired school social worker.
And were you ever employed by the Broward County School Board?
Yes, I was employed by Broward County Public Schools from August of 2000 until September of 2017 when I retired.
And what position did you hold with the School Board of Broward County?
School social worker.
Okay. And what were your duties as a school social worker?
The role of the social worker is basically to become the link between the school, the families, and the community. So as part of the support student services, we go into the school and we work directly with guidance counselors and ESC department, administrators, teachers, and the family to find any barriers that are preventing the student from performing well academically or social, emotionally.
And did you work in one school or did you have multiple schools that you worked with?
No, for the most part of my career with Broward County Schools, I held multiple assignments. I was in the Stoneman Douglas zone from, I believe it was 2002 when West Glades Middle School was open until what I believe was 2014-15 school year when I was transferred to the Coconut Creek zone and became the full-time school social worker for Coconut Creek High School. But while I was in the Stoneman Douglas zone, I always held the middle school, West Glades Middle, and 2 or 3 elementary schools, depending on the year. The assignments might change every year. And I was also the designated bilingual school social worker for the zone.
Did that mean that you would actually, so it would just be within that zone that you would do the bilingual student services or help with the bilingual students?
No, not necessarily. I also had, 1 year I had another zone. I don't remember if it was the Blanchili. It was a different zone. It depends on the needs. And, you know, like I said, you find out your assignments at the beginning of the school year, at least back then when I was working.
What was your caseload like?
I can't give you exact number because the caseload varies depending on whatever the needs are at the school. And, you know, it was never the same. It depends on the school. It depends on the school year. And we work mainly, one of our roles, principal roles, is attendance, and we identify students that are having chronic absences, truancy, school refusal. So that was a big part of what I did. And but also in schools that maybe the caseload wasn't so large, then I work with guidance counselors, and we were providing a small support groups for students in need of maybe increasing social skills or anger management or students dealing with parental divorce.
Did you ever become involved with Nikolas Cruz while working in Broward County?
I became aware of Nikolas Cruz while working at Westglades Middle because I was part of the what then was called the Comprehensive Problem Solving Team. And that is the team that meets on a regular basis, on a weekly basis at Westglades Middle, and we get to the table, all guidance counselors, administrators, ESC specialists, school psychologists, school social worker, and to discuss any students that are having difficulties and to come up with interventions, come up with a plan to assist the students.
And specifically as it pertains to Nikolas Cruz, were you asked to do anything in regards to him?
When we started discussing Nikolas Cruz when he was in 8th grade, because of the increased behavioral problems and academic failure. So we were working on developing an FBA, a functional behavioral assessment. And Westglades Middle, the team would work together on the FBA and we would assign tasks to team members. I normally would take the task of interviewing the parent to gather information for the behavioral plan. And I was part of that, developing the FBA.
Was there anything else you were asked to do as it pertains to Nikolas Cruz besides interviewing the parent for the functional behavioral assessment?
Yes, we were in the process of completing a reevaluation, like I said before, because he was failing academically and having increasingly having behavioral problems. So for the reevaluation, I was asked to complete a psychosocial evaluation.
Okay, and what is a psychosocial evaluation?
That's a tool that we use to gather information from the parents or the person in parental relationship with the student. And we try to get a big picture of what's the student's history and the family history, medical history, academic, everything, to try to bring to the table the information and figure out what could be the factors impacting the student at the time.
And this is a comprehensive report on the student.
Yes.
And is the school social worker the only individual that is qualified to do this type of assessment?
The psychosocial evaluation, yes, only the school social worker.
And when a social worker does this assessment, you take a holistic approach.
Yes.
Who would have requested that a psychosocial assessment be done on Nikolas Cruz?
Well, it's in the case of, first of all, it's requested for initial evaluations, all initial evaluations when we suspect that the student might be in need of ESC services. Psychosocial must be completed. And in cases of reevaluations, when the team is looking or considering a change in classification or a change in program, once it's decided that the psychosocial is needed, the protocol says that it's the ESC specialist responsible for sending a request for psychosocial to the social work and attendance department. And then we get notified. They send the request with some documents attached. and then we get notified and complete the psychosocial.
Is it fair to say that everything that you found to be significant for Nikolas Cruz's psychosocial assessment is contained within that report?
Yes.
And for the psychosocial assessment, did you review any of Nikolas Cruz's records?
Yeah, normally for all psychosocial assessments, I start by reviewing the records, what I don't know what's called now, but then was the A and L panels, the cumulative folders, any other records that might be available.
What are the A panels?
The A&L panels are the software that the district uses to gather information on a student. The A panels, I don't recall exactly everything, but I know you went to the A panels for biographical data, attendance information, all the schools where the student was. You can see grades, and the L panels is where we documented interventions, and I think the disciplinary folder was on the L panels. I don't remember exactly.
And when you were conducting your assessment, were you aware that Nikolas had multiple disciplinary referrals?
Yes.
So you would have been able to access those panels?
Not all the panels for the disciplinary referrals. Some of those were for administrators, but normally all that was discussed during the CPSD meetings.
Okay, and those were the team meetings that you had weekly?
Yeah, the weekly meetings where everybody comes to the table, many times including the parents.
And would you guys talk about the behaviors that were the reasoning for those referrals?
Yes.
You also said you review the cumulative folder. What is a cumulative folder?
That is a folder that is generated with any student enters the school system, and it follows them throughout the school history until it goes from when the student changes school, the cumulative folder is transferred to that school. And in there you can find copies of all parent-teacher conferences, copies of report cards, and if there was an evaluation, reports where any disciplinary actions, is basically everything that happens with the student is documented and saved in the cumulative folder.
And this is a paper folder?
Yes, it's hard copies.
Ms. Pardo-Posey, did you have a chance to review some documents regarding the functional behavioral assessment, a parent interview form, and your psychosocial assessment?
Yes.
Okay.
I did.
May I have a moment, Judge?
Sure.
Thank you. Give me just a moment, Ms. Pardo-Posey.
Okay.
Ms. Pardo-Posey, I'm going to show you what's already been entered into evidence. It would be D63, SBBC numbers 1821, 22, 2023 are SR numbers 1867, 68, and 69, okay? Do you see that, Ms. Pardo-Posey?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Does everybody see it? Judge, do you see them? Everybody? Okay.
Yes, I sure do.
Okay, thank you.
Jurors, can you see it? They're all nodding, so I think we're
Perfect.
all good.
Okay, I'd like to start with number 2. And this is your parent interview that you did with Linda Cruz for the functional behavioral assessment.
Correct.
Could you read number 2 for us?
Okay. I asked Mrs. Cruz what are the child's challenges and areas of greatest difficulty. And she said his major challenge is learning. He's not a good reader. Greatest areas of difficulty, expressive language. He always had a hard time expressing himself. Also interacting with others because of poor communication. When in preschool, he used to get in trouble for biting other kids because of frustration when he was unable to express himself.
And was expressive language your words or Mrs. Cruz?
Mrs. Cruz.
Okay. Number 4. Could you read that for us?
You want me?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. I asked Mrs. Cruz what people, things, and activities Nikolas liked the least. And she said he dislikes policemen in general, and he hates reading and doing homework.
And number 5, please.
What is Nikolas' problem behavior? And her answer was that he can't control his temper, especially when faced with frustration. He has frequent anger outbursts. So I asked her if she could describe those behaviors, and she said he starts screaming, kicking, throwing things, and punching holes on the walls. So I asked which of those behaviors were the most problematic for her, and she said distraction. When he throws a tantrum, things get broken, nothing is safe. She said, and I quoted, "I had polka dotted walls from all the spackle I have to use to fill the holes on the wall." So I asked how often those behaviors occur, and she said every day, especially while playing Xbox. He can't stand to lose, gets angry, and curses at people playing with him.
Okay, thank you. So she expressed concerns regarding the Xbox and him punching holes in the walls, as well as screaming and kicking when he became frustrated or didn't get his way.
Correct.
And number 6 is the causes that motivate, or what Linda Cruz thought the causes were that motivated the behavior. Could you read that paragraph, please?
Yes. She said, first of all, he's a sore loser, and I think his low self-esteem is a factor too. But something is very wrong with him. I don't know what. I know he has ADHD, but that does not explain his behaviors.
And if we could go to the second or the third page, Mrs. Lai, please. And number 11 on the screen, Mrs. Cruz had explained to you that she was seeking help for Nikolas through Henderson.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And you want me to read it or to tell you?
No, you can just tell me. That's fine, Ms. Pardo-Posey.
Yeah, by then, Mrs. Cruz had been working with Henderson behavioral health for about 2.5 years. They have therapists coming to the home as well as behavioral techs. And when I was doing the assessment, she told me that they've been working with Nikolas on impulse control and managing anger. And she said that sometimes he was able to, when he was getting frustrated, sometimes he was able to go into his room to cool off or or go for a walk, she said. But she said he didn't always resort to those techniques.
Okay, and number 17, Mrs. Slack, please. For number 17, could you read that to us, Ms. Pardo-Posey?
Yeah, I asked Mrs. Cruz, what do you think needs to be done to help your child? And she said he needs to be properly diagnosed before he can be treated. I know ADHD is not the cause of all of his problems. We need to know what is wrong with him.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Mom had explained that Nikolas was receiving this help from Henderson. Were you able to communicate with any of those providers?
Yeah, they actually came at least once. I don't remember more, but I know they came to our meeting, to our comprehensive problem solving team meeting. I don't remember exactly who came, but I think it was the case manager and the therapist. And I know that it was on the records that also Mrs. Cruz attended early in the school year parent-teacher conference with the team of teachers, and Henderson was there too.
Did you utilize that information as part of your psychosocial assessment?
Yes.
Were you aware of the number of times that Henderson's YES team had responded to the Cruz home?
I don't know exactly the number of times, or I don't recall, but I know that Mrs. Cruz was well aware of how to utilize the services, and she didn't hesitate in doing that when she felt things were out of control.
And were you aware that law enforcement had also responded to the Cruz home over 19 times by the time you did your assessment?
Again, I don't recall the number, but I was aware that that was...
Ma'am, hold on just a second, please.
Sure.
Your Honor, it's not, the question is not specific as to Nikolas Cruz, it's to Cruz family.
Okay,
Judge, can we go
It's
sidebar?
irrelevant as to the Cruz family.
Okay, all right, let's go sidebar, please.
I re-ask the question, Judge?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Pardo-Posey?
Yes.
Sorry about that. So the
It's okay.
question was, were you aware that law enforcement responded to the Cruz home over 19 times by the time you had done the psychosocial assessment?
I don't recall the number of times, but I was aware that Mrs. Cruz knew how to reach out to law enforcement and ask for help. I know I remember when I was doing the psychosocial interview, she told me the name of the school resource officer at the time, and that she knew and she appreciated how he was supportive of her.
And even if only if some of those calls were for Nikolas, right? 'Cause you knew there was 2 boys living in the house.
Yes.
So even if some of those law enforcement calls were for Nikolas, as a social worker, what kind of impact would that have on a child?
Well, I think that.
Hold on, ma'am, can you hear me? It's Judge Scheer.
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you just wait 1 minute? There's an objection and I just need to hear it, please.
Foundation
Okay.
to give that opinion.
Okay, let me speak to the lawyer's sidebar, please.
Ms. Pardo-Posey,
Yes, ma'am.
based on your experience as a social worker, the presence of law enforcement multiple times, does it have an impact on the child?
Doesn't have an impact.
Does it? Yes.
Well, sure it's not a pleasant experience, but the students are also very familiarized with the school's resource officers that are on campus daily. So I'm not sure they have a sense of an intimidating figure in their lives.
Okay. We talked briefly before about the functional behavioral assessment. Did you provide an indirect assessment regarding this interview that we went over that you had with Linda Cruz for that functional behavioral assessment?
Yes, I did provide a summary of the interview.
Okay. Ms. Tsai, I'm going to show you Defense 62. Give me one moment. Judge, may I have a moment?
You may.
Okay. Do you see the document, Ms. Pardo-Posey?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you scroll down one slide, please? Great. So you stated this was a summary of your interview.
Yes.
Okay. And, excuse me. And if you wouldn't mind reading that for us, please.
Okay. Parent feels that Nikolas is a loving kid. He's a gentle soul, and I quote it because those were her words. Nikolas cares a lot for her as mom and states that he is a mama's boy. And again, quotations because those were her words. His interest are in animals and the environment. He's also obsessed with playing Xbox, and this is used as a reward. Parents feel his major challenge is not being able to express himself well and with reading. He also can control his temper, especially when faced with frustration. She states that he has frequent anger outbursts at home. For example, screams, kicks, throws things, punches holes in the walls. She feels destruction of property is the most problematic behavior. She states that when Nikolas has a tantrum, things get broken and nothing is safe. Many holes in the walls have had to be repaired in their home. She said that this behavior occurs on a daily basis, especially while playing the Xbox after school, because he does not like to lose and gets extremely angry. This triggers an outburst. He sometimes curses at the people he's playing with, Xbox Live, she meant. Parent feels that Nikolas has low self-esteem and is a sore loser. She also states that she doesn't feel like the attention deficit disorder truly explains his behavior. Parent can tell when the behavior is going to occur because he begins to curse while playing the Xbox Live, which means he's losing. Parent has had an in-home counseling and behavior text for the past 2 years from Henderson, but hasn't seen much change in Nikolas' behavior. When Nikolas has an outburst, parent tries to calm him down, and if that doesn't work, she threatens to take away the Xbox. At times, parents reward Nikolas with ice cream. Parents state that Nikolas needs to be properly diagnosed before he can be treated. She feels that ADHD is not the cause of all his problems.
Thank you, Ms. Pardo-Posey. Were you aware of Nikolas's designated disabilities?
Yes.
And what were those disabilities?
Emotional behavioral disability and language impaired.
And for the psychosocial assessment, And actually, I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I have a moment to show this?
You may.
You have it. Sorry about that, Ms. Pardo-Posey. In the psychosocial report, Ms. Lai, if you could pull it up, please, to page 1094. And this is just to refresh your recollection if you don't remember, Ms. Pardo-Posey. In the records that you reviewed for this assessment, were you made aware that a mother of another student had made a complaint regarding Nikolas and that she had requested that her child be removed from his class?
Yes, I heard that, or I don't remember if it was discussed at CPSD or I saw some record of that, but I was aware of that.
And you did place it in your psychosocial here in the bottom paragraph.
Yes, I did.
Did you ever speak with that parent about her concerns?
No, that is the role of the administrators at the school.
Regarding the psychosocial assessment, did you ever meet with Nikolas Cruz?
No, I did not. And I don't remember the circumstances because I normally interview the student for the psychosocial, but I don't recall meeting with Nikolas. And actually, it's not on my report, so if I did, it would be there.
Okay. So this is a separate interview you did with Linda Cruz other than for the functional behavioral assessment.
Yes, the interview for the functional behavioral assessment, we met in the school. I think that was done at the beginning of October. And then I went to the home to do the interview for the psychosocial.
And based on that interview for the psychosocial assessment, were you aware that Nikolas had seen and was seeing a psychiatrist?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to contact any of the psychiatrists?
No.
How about his pediatrician?
No.
Based on that interview with Mrs. Cruz, did she tell you of any kind of medications Nikolas was on?
Yeah, he was taking medications for ADHD. I don't remember at that time what was he was taking. I think Parkland. Let me go back. Yeah, he was initially prescribed Focalin and Risperidone, but at the time we met, he was taking Clonidine at night to help him sleep, and he was still taking the Focalin.
How was Nikolas's relationship with his brother Zachary?
According to Mrs. Cruz, it wasn't a good relationship. And what she shared with me was that Zachary put him down, and she felt that that was affecting Nikolas' self-esteem.
Mrs. Slide, will you put up 1095, please? I'm going to show you a document that also has already been entered into evidence, Ms. Pardo-Posey, or a paragraph. See the middle paragraph, or the one right there at the top, I'm sorry. And I will direct you to starts the fifth line up regarding the relationship between Zachary and Nikolas. Could you read that sentence where it starts, she offered?
You mean under the parent's caregiver perception of the problem?
Yes, ma'am. And then it's about the 1, 2, 3, 4. Fourth sentence up starts, the fifth sentence up from the bottom of that paragraph with she offered.
Oh, okay. She offered that at home Nikolas is rarely a problem. Furthermore, she stated that he is victimized by his younger brother, whose defiant and aggressive behavior constantly disrupts the family life.
Thank you. Through that psychosocial assessment, did you learn about any trauma Nikolas may have suffered in his life?
The death of his father, who died at home, and according to Mrs. Cruz, Nikolas was the one who found his father dead and on the couch. That must have been a very traumatic experience.
And did Mrs. Cruz state anything else regarding the death of his father that might be affecting Nikolas or how it may be affecting him? You can look at the document if you want to refresh.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that's a little too, oh, let me see. Give me one moment and I'll direct you to the right place. 1096.
Yeah, she said,
In the middle there?
according to his mother, Nikolas presented anger problems after his father's death. She provided both children with opportunity to participate in grief counseling at Tomorrow's Rainbow. Mrs. Cruz felt that counseling was helpful at the time in helping Nikolas talk about his loss and decrease his anger. He continued to experience unusual fears for quite some time, especially being afraid of sleeping alone.
Were you aware that when Nikolas didn't get his way that he would destroy school property?
I saw records of that, yes.
And were you aware that Nikolas would bring up any excuse to bring up, were you aware that Nikolas would use any excuse to bring up shooting, guns, or violence?
I don't remember that in particular.
And when you do your psychosocial assessments, do you normally ask about the birth and pregnancy of the student that you are evaluating?
Yes, we do. We always ask for pregnancy, birth, developmental milestones, and medical history.
And why is it important for you to ask those questions?
We are trying to find out if there were any factors during the pregnancy that could have a negative impact on the development of the fetus. Same thing with the birth. We find out if there was any complications during the pregnancy or during the birth.
And were you aware that Nikolas was adopted?
Yes, I was.
And did, for this assessment, did Linda tell you anything about the birth mother?
She did. Normally, we ask questions about pregnancy to everybody, biological or adoptive parents. Many adoptive parents don't have the information, but Mrs. Cruz told me that it was an open adoption. So they knew, the Cruzes knew the biological mother, and Mrs. Cruz told me that she was living in, I believe she said, a halfway home at the time. So she said she was clean during the pregnancy.
Were you aware that she was living in what was actually a prenatal addiction program?
No.
And were you aware that it was only for the last 6 weeks of her pregnancy?
No.
Would that have been important information for you to know?
Yes.
Why?
It would have been important information for the team to know because those, like I said before, anything that happened during the pregnancy could have a negative impact in the development of the fetus. So we would have considered those factors.
Okay. When you met with the and I apologize if I'm not getting it right, collaborative problem-solving team for the functional behavioral assessment and being asked to do a psychosocial assessment, was there a specific purpose besides Nikolas's increased bad behavior that this reevaluation was taking place?
Well, the reevaluation was taking place not only because of the great concerns about his behavior, but also he was completely failing academically. So we felt that the program where Nikolas was at the time wasn't meeting his needs.
So the purpose of this reevaluation was to get Nikolas transferred to a place that would have met his needs, educational setting that would have met his needs.
The goal was to look for a more appropriate environment and a program that could meet his needs.
And based on the functional behavioral assessment and partly your psychosocial assessment, was Nikolas Cruz recommended for a more restrictive environment and placement to Cross Creek?
Not just on my assessment of the functional behavioral assessment, but is the comprehensive evaluation. And yes, the team made a recommendation to pursue placement at Cross Creek.
Judge, may I have a moment?
You may.
Ms. Pardo-Posey,
Yes.
did you attend the staffing that took place between West Glades Middle for Nikolas to go to Cross Creek? Not the CPT team, but the actual staffing.
To be honest with you, I don't remember being at the IEP meeting. Normally, once if I wrote a psychosocial, I have to be invited to the meeting, and I normally attend, but I can't remember the meeting.
What about the staffing from Cross Creek to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, when Nikolas was partially mainstream?
No, at that point, I have nothing to do with the case.
Okay. Do you believe it's important for social workers to attend these staffings, especially if they've given psychosocial assessments?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for now. Thank you, Ms. Pardo-Posey.
Stay.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Ms. Pardo-Posey. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Okay, you can hear me all right, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Just a few questions.
Okay.
So the psychosocial assessment report, that is part of the procedure to transition in this case, for the defendant to transition him to Cross Creek, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's one of the steps that's taken, that before we can make our final decision, we need a psychosocial report, correct?
Yes, it's one of the requirements.
Okay, and I think you testified, and it's in the psychosocial report. And this slide, can I ask your assistance, please? Can you put on page 2 of the psychosocial report? Now, if you can go to the middle paragraph. I don't think that's page 2. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Okay, so in this paragraph, in the middle of the screen, it says Nikolas was promoted to 6th grade, and in August of 2011, he entered West Glades Middle, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and now, can you read the next couple sentences, please, about 6th and 7th grade?
Sure. During 6th and 7th grade, although he struggled academically, Nikolas was able to meet academic standards for promotion to the next grade with C and D average in all academic subjects.
And the next sentence too, please.
In spite of his social emotional challenges, Nikolas' behavior was manageable. In the 2013-14 school year, as an 8th grader, Nikolas' behavioral problems became increasingly worse. He started presenting behavioral, I'm sorry?
That's the point. Those are the sentences.
Okay.
And the rest of it is fine too, but that's what I was going to ask you to look at. And now, I want to move to page 5, Ms. Sly, if you don't mind, please. The second from the bottom paragraph, please. That's good right there. Thank you. Okay. In the paragraph that we see mostly of, the end of the paragraph, his transition to middle in all regular classes. Can you read that, please?
Yes. His transition to middle, and I missed the word school, in all regular classes was positive for the most part for 6th and 7th grade, with a significant decline in academic performance and social emotional functioning, and I'm missing in the 8th grade.
Okay, so based on your investigation, I guess, I don't know if you would, do you approve of the word investigation or accumulation of the facts?
Yes.
Gathering
information.
Gathering of the information, okay. Or gathering of the data. Your finding was that, not that he was doing great, C's and D's, but he was doing okay enough in 6th and 7th grade to make it to 8th grade.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And he was manageable, correct? That's the word you use? I'm sorry, we spoke over each other, so let me just repeat. So you used the word manageable, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the decision to transition him to Cross Creek began with his behavior in 8th grade, correct?
Yes, he might have some minor behavioral issues in 7th grade, at least maybe the second semester. I don't recall anything serious, but 8th grade was not a good school year from the get-go.
Okay, so there wasn't a 2-year process to transition him to Cross Creek, was there? It was just from 8th grade.
No, yes, yes. What happens is that there is a timeline for things, and even if the student is having some difficulties, let's say towards the end of the school year, when we come back in the new school year, we have to give the student the opportunity to see how he's performing or behaving. At Westglace, they started early addressing the behaviors. I think Mrs. Cruz had a parent-teacher conference as early as the first week of September. We normally go back to school in the middle of August, and then you have to start gathering data. When there had to be 6 weeks of anecdotals, then you come back with those anecdotals, you create the FBA, then you have to write a positive intervention plan, and that has to be implemented for another 6 weeks. So it's timely, but it wasn't 2 years. It was when he started really presenting serious problems in school.
So that was September of 8th grade.
Yes.
And then by February, he was at Cross Creek.
Yes. I don't remember exactly the date, but I know that he didn't finish the school year at Westglace. He was accepted by Cross Creek and was transferred immediately.
Okay. Ms. Sly, if you would please go to page 2. I'm sorry, page 1. We'll start at page 1. Thank you. Okay, if you could scroll down, please. The student identification presenting problem paragraph. Okay, thank you very much. So, and we could see from the top line on this page, the main information for this report was obtained from, it says Nicola, but really Nicholas's mother, I'm sure, Mrs. Cruz. So a lot of things, I guess, personal to the defendant are what you are relying on, and other things you are getting from school records, correct?
Yes.
Okay. He was the last sentence of student identification presenting problem, that paragraph. He was also reported as often using profanity, making gestures of sexual nature, and may destroy school property. Correct?
Correct.
Did you get this from Mrs. Yon, Carrie Yon? Do you know?
Probably gather all this from our CPSD meetings. I don't remember what teachers in particular.
Okay. Were you advised that Mrs. John was actually fearful of being in the same classroom with him without Mr. Lindsay being there or the behavioral tech being there?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that? Okay.
No.
The gestures of a sexual nature. Did Mrs. Cruz tell you that the defendant, when he was 10 years old, sexually molested a 6-year-old girl?
Objection.
That wasn't how it was characterized.
Okay, let me speak to the lawyer's sidebar, please.
Okay, did you know of any inappropriate?
Judge, may we go sidebar, please?
Okay. Ms. Pardo-Posse, did you know of any inappropriate touching by the defendant?
No, sir.
You weren't told that by Ms. Cruz?
Absolutely not.
Okay. When you were asked about what the other family that was upset about their child being in his class, do you recall being asked that question?
Yes.
Did you include in report page 2 bottom, please? Did they describe Nikolas as a menace to society? 4 lines from the bottom.
Yes. And I put it on with quotations because that was probably what I read on a report.
Okay, if we can go to page 3, please. A little bit higher, please. No, I'm sorry. Thank you. That's good. Thank you. Now, did you believe Mrs. Cruz was describing her son, Nikolas, in the most favorable way possible?
I believe that was her perception of the way things were.
Okay. She described him as a gentle soul, correct?
Yes, correct.
And she described to you that he was rarely a problem at home, correct?
Yes.
Did she tell you that he destroyed furniture?
Yes, like we discussed before. She said he had anger outbursts. He would destroy, kick things, and you probably heard me saying the story about the punching the walls and the polka dotted walls because of the holes that he was making.
So you knew that he was destroying a lot of things in the house. Did she tell you about the verticals he ripped off the windows a couple times?
About the what, I'm sorry?
The vertical window coverings that he ripped off a couple different times. Did she tell you about that?
I don't think so. I don't recall.
Did she tell you about?
And that, if she did, that would probably be on the report.
Did she tell you how he would break the window of her car?
No.
She told you he loved animals?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you how he killed many, many frogs in the neighborhood?
No.
Okay. Now, if you can go to the bottom of that page, please, Ms. Sly. Thank you. She talked about the biological mother, correct?
Yes.
And she reports her as being clean, meaning drug-free, correct?
Yes, correct.
Did she tell you that the meconium drug test, which goes back as far as the first trimester, 12 weeks, that it was drug-free, that showed you she was drug-free from about 12 weeks on?
Did she show me?
Yes, or tell you about that?
No. You see on the report is what she reported to me, that the mother was clean of substances during the pregnancy.
And that she was unaware of any positive drug tests?
That's what she said.
And after all, she did adopt again from the same woman, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And she actually told you she was residing in a group home during pregnancy, didn't she?
Yes.
The matter of adoption, being told to the defendant and his brother when they were, I think it's termed here recently, so
Yes.
teenagers, I suppose?
Yes.
Okay. She didn't describe that as being a traumatic event to the children, did she?
No.
Okay. In fact, Nicholas joked about it, about why the H did you have to adopt him for, meaning his brother, correct?
Yes. Well, I don't know if he was joking, but according to Mrs. Cruz, that was his first reaction. That's what he said.
Okay, and she said
And she told them separately. She confided in Nicholas first, and then she told Zachary according to what she shared with me.
and according to her, both kids processed the new information well, and they never talked about the issue, correct?
Correct.
Okay. On page 5, please, the top of page 5. Ms. Sly, thank you. That's good, thank you. Mrs. Cruz denied any history of major illnesses, seizures, and accidents or head injuries for the defendant, correct?
Correct.
He's described as a healthy child with a negative medical history.
Correct.
And he is allergic to, that's penicillin, correct?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay. Just 1 second, please.
Sure.
Were you aware that he bullied other students?
I was aware that he what, I'm sorry?
Bullied other students.
I don't recall any particular incidents about that.
Okay, do you have your deposition available to you to look at there?
Yes. I have it on my laptop, yes.
Can you look at page 28, line 7 of your deposition that was taken on April 28th, 2022?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Was that an answer, or do you, I wasn't sure.
Oh, I'm saying that yes, I'm on page 28.
Okay, do you see where you were asked, were you aware that Nikolas Cruz bullied other students, and you said yes? And then you were asked, did you ever talk to any of those students personally, and you said no?
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, and again, I have to tell you, I know I heard that at the meetings, but I don't remember, I don't recall any particular incidents or other students that were being bullied by him, but I don't recall right now.
Do you recall in the school records, the defendant said that he would rather be on the street killing animals and setting fires?
No.
Are you aware, do you recall that the defendant would behave well when Mr. Lindsay was sitting in the room with him in a classroom? Were you aware of that?
Yes,
He could control his behavior when he wanted to, correct?
apparently, yes.
And he was able to control his behavior in 6th and 7th grades, correct?
Yes. I'm not sure about the totality of seventh grade. Maybe towards the end of seventh grade, I seem to recall some minor things, but not the behaviors that we saw in 8th grade.
Would you agree that Mrs. Cruz was very motivated and determined to find out why her son acted the way he did?
Yes.
So if she was motivated to find out, is there any reason you could think of that she would not be truthful about his birth mother's condition if she knew it?
Well, I could be speculating at this point because if I had that information by then, I could have asked Mrs. Cruz what was the reason behind that. It sounds to me that sometimes in my interview that Mrs. Cruz struggled with being truthful and sharing things and then trying to protect Nikolas. So maybe give an impression that it wasn't so bad. But like I said, if I had that information back then, I could have a discussion with Mrs. Cruz.
But she wanted to figure out what was wrong with him, correct?
That's what she said repeatedly. She said she felt that we needed an answer.
And she took him to various doctors to try and get that answer, correct?
Yes.
Did she tell you about the stealing that he was doing from home too?
No.
Did she tell you about him lying to her?
No.
Ms. Pardo-Passi, is it surprising to you that someone, as you found in your psychosocial assessment, was acting out, threatening, making sexual gestures, stealing, lying, committing property damage, killing animals, talking about setting fires, was someone who became a mass murderer?
Is that surprising to me?
Yes.
Well, back then I wasn't aware of some of the things that you mentioned today. But if I had that information back then, I would have had great concerns.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
Ms. Basham, do you have any other questions?
I do have a couple.
Okay.
Hi, Ms. Pardo-Passi.
Hello.
Are you okay? You need a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Were you aware, well, let me ask you, do you know a person by the name of Mr. VC?
Mr.
VC?
Oh, yeah. He was the principal at West Glades for many years.
And were you aware that he believed that Nikolas needed to go to Cross Creek by the end of 6th grade?
No.
And were you aware that Nicholas had 23 referrals in 7th grade?
No.
And
I mean, let me correct that. Not that I recall right now. Like I said before, I knew we started seeing some problems in the second semester of 7th grade, but I can't tell you that I knew there were 23 referrals.
And for the psychosocial assessment, you stated you looked at academic history for Nicholas.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with the FCAT or with the Florida Standard exams?
Yes.
Were you aware that in 7th grade, Nicholas got a level 1 on math?
We object, it's outside the scope.
Overruled.
I probably was back then, but I don't recall that.
And what does a level 1 mean? Do you know?
It's the lowest level that he could obtain.
Okay. And did you know he had a level 2 in reading in 7th grade on the standardized test?
Again, I don't recall that.
And is the level 2 a good score?
Not really. It's obviously better than 1. But that's why Nicholas was receiving resource room services. He was receiving academic assistance.
Ms. Pardo-Posey, were you a licensed clinical social worker when you were working at the school board?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You did state part of the duties of a social worker is, you deal with the students, you help the students, I guess, bridge services or try to get them services.
Mm-hmm, correct.
Any of your students that you dealt with have a history of sexual abuse?
You mean with Glades or you mean in my career?
In your career, do you have an experience dealing with students that have possibly been sexually abused?
Yes.
And when it...
Sidebar.
Sure. Ms. Pardo-Posey,
Yes.
when speaking with Mrs. Cruz for your psychosocial assessment regarding the birth mother, were you aware that the birth mother was arrested for cocaine possession at 6 months pregnant?
No.
And did she tell you that that same birth mother was in prison for all but 6 weeks of pregnancy with Zachary?
She told me she was in jail. Yes.
I know we had already discussed that Mrs. Cruz was frustrated because she wanted to know what was wrong with her son.
Correct.
And that she didn't agree with the diagnosis that he'd been given, or didn't think it explained everything.
Correct.
Would information about prenatal drug and alcohol exposure have helped doctors accurately diagnose Nikolas?
Always, but I don't know if his doctors didn't know. All I know is what she shared with me, and maybe not necessarily what she shared with the doctors.
Okay. Mr. Marcus had just asked you if you were surprised that a person who did all the things that he explained while he was up here became a mass murderer, and you had said if you would have known those things, you would have had grave concerns.
Yes.
Well, were you aware that several people knew of Nikolas's behaviors and did nothing about it?
Objection.
I'll withdraw the question, Judge.
Overruled.
You can answer, Ms. Pardo-Posey.
I don't know who you are referring about, so I can answer that.
Were you aware of that at all?
Aware of what?
That several people knew of Nikolas's behaviors that Mr. Marcus went over with you, the killing of animals.
No.
Okay. Were you aware that people knew about it but did nothing about it? That was the question.
And I already answered. I don't know who are the people that you are referring to, and you said I was surprised when I heard that because, like I said before, this is the first time that I hear certain things that Mrs. Marcus shared.
Okay. And were you aware, or were you told at all by Mrs. Cruz, were you aware that family members were also concerned about Nikolas's behaviors and that they had stated to law enforcement that Nikolas would become the next Columbine?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Thank you.
Okay, members of the jury, we are in recess for the evening. You all have the order of proof of jury service for your employers in case you need them. Please remember not to discuss the case with anyone, including your close friends and family members. Please leave your notepads behind, and other than that, have a safe drive home and a wonderful Labor Day weekend. Jurors have been excused. The court's in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.